Welcome everyone to the West, a Dishonored RPG campaign led by me, Spencer, and with our wonderful players right here. So, last session, you all actually made it to Pandysia. Woo!
Yeah!
Which we'll actually do a little bit of a pre-Pandysia roleplay for a little bit in just a bit. But last session, you all dealt with the situation of having a prisoner on the ship and keeping the crew of your own ship unaware of that man's presence.
Honestly, it's more like we didn't deal with it.
It's more like we're
That's
his
fair.
prisoners.
He kind of dealt with it himself. He
Yeah.
escaped his imprisonment and held you all hostage by pointing a gun to the whale oil at the bottom of the ship, thus risking the entire ship of sinking. But you all made it to Pandysia, and it turns out his trigger finger wasn't exactly very twitchy, so no explosions or anything. A couple of attempts to kill him, sort of plans, I guess. But you
Never
all made it.
actualized.
Some of you had some very interesting discussions that I wish I could talk about to all of you right now, but unfortunately I cannot. So, I believe we have a couple private conversations planned. So, I think, since you asked me first, that your discussion, John, with Emil will be first. So, hate to say this at the beginning of the session, but do you all mind heading out for just a moment?
No worries.
Scram! I've been chosen.
Levi, I've been really hoping for not. Wait, hold on. No, you guys go.
I've never felt so alone.
I just wanted to say a joke about about our other campaign. I really, really want to have a chance to tell Siren to leave so that I can say scram, scram. Anyways, we'll see if that ever.
That'd be hilarious.
I know it would be. Okay, so this is about a day out from Pandysia. John.
Alright. As you probably have guessed, I want, what's his name? Denise dead.
Yes.
I assume you want the same thing.
To put it bluntly, yes. I
Alright.
would prefer it if he was dead.
Yes. And also, our presence on the ship, it's kind of leaves a bit of evidence. And, the ship's crew, I don't think we can really trust them not to tell people that we were there or about all the little problems we had on the boat. So, I have a plan. See, we have two options, but they all involve blowing up the boat.
Okay.
So, one is I can tell the sailor guy whose whiskey that I stole. We can tell him that the thief is down below deck with all the whale oil and he should go beat him up with a stick. And hope that Denise, or whatever his name is, goes and tries to shoot him and blows the boat up. I don't like the odds of that happening. So, I was wondering if maybe you'd be able to make a time bomb so that once we're safely gone, boom, everyone's dead.
That's a bit short notice, but I suppose I could try.
Yeah. Let me know if there's anything I can get you or help you with on that, because I don't know much about bombs, but, I can gather materials or things that you might need for you, if that's necessary.
That might come in handy, especially if I need to do this quickly. I
Alright,
don't have all of the materials with me at the moment, so
alright.
in light of that, I guess I'd think up what I'd need to make a time delay bomb
Mm-hmm.
and ask John to go get the stuff, like give him a list.
Okay. So this is probably where we're gonna implement those rules for invention that we talked a little bit about.
Mhm.
So because you know what you're trying to build, there's gonna be no idea phase. You're trying to build a timer. So go ahead and make a check for what do we call this? Blueprinting. Just basically thinking of the right parts to use, that sort of thing.
What's the difficulty on that?
Difficulty is going to be 2 with possible partial successes. No, with partial successes. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Why don't we go ahead and combine this because this isn't just like inventing something that you can look for parts for. Since this is a makeshift thing. Oh wait, don't you have like the stroke of genius thing that
Yeah.
just combines the check? Okay, yes. So we're gonna combine gathering parts and planning into a single check at. We'll keep it at 2 with partial successes, and then assembly will be another check.
Okay.
Actually, let me look at the wording. I think we were able to combine it into just one.
I don't have that written down.
Yeah, you can combine it into one. Okay. Yeah. You can do this with. You can find the parts and assemble them, all with a difficulty. I will set it to 3 for all of those together.
In that case, let's see. I will.
You can divide it into 2 checks of difficulty of 2 if you would like.
Do these checks involve finding the parts at all?
Yes, that's correct.
So could I theoretically be helping him?
Yes, you could.
Okay,
Give
that's
him
right.
another.
So I get another die for that, and then can I add a chaos to get another
Yes.
die?
So you're rolling 4 dice for the difficulty of 3 thing.
Yeah.
So this would be engineering, certainly. Okay.
I suppose I'll be tinkering carefully.
Yeah.
This is a bomb.
Be very careful.
Okay. Okay. What would the DC for that be? Okay. I maybe didn't need. Maybe I should have looked at what I even needed for this first.
Hmm?
But to get that done, the DC would have been 17. So
Is that 4 success?
it's actually 5 successes because
Oh, a critical success.
I got a critical success because I rolled a 3 and my engineering's a 6.
Okay, a little bit of a bargain for you. So, would you rather have 1 momentum, or would you rather me lose a chaos?
Given I just added a chaos,
Right.
I'll say I prefer a chaos lost.
Okay.
Alright.
So I get my successes and no momentum then?
That is correct.
Okay. Works for me.
Alright. So, you managed to build yourself pretty good trigger mechanism and a timer along with it. It's fairly easy to find a clock. There are plenty of naval instruments around. Some of them even lying around and not really guarded. Pretty easy to find. So a lot of those are meter based, which would be fairly easy to convert into a sort of a timer. I will say, because I mentioned partial successes, you are confident when you build this that this thing is not going off early. It's not going to be a what is it called? It's not going to be a dud. It's not going to reach 0 and then nothing happens. You are very confident in the work that you just made. So you have this basically timed trigger. Do you have any idea of what I might need your actual engineering advice for this sort of thing about how this works? Because what I'm thinking is you probably have to attach it to it. Is it a trigger mechanism or is it a full-on bomb?
I would say if we want to blow up the entire ship, the options would either be like somehow integrating it into a barrel of whale
Mhm.
oil or just having a small explosive that would then explode
Right.
the rest of the whale oil.
Yeah.
So I'd probably be wanting to go for integrating some explosive in it so that it's going to blow everything up without having to like work with an entire full-size barrel of whale oil.
Okay, yeah. So just that's actually much easier. Ammunition is also fairly common to find on the ship. Again, some of it is even lying around. I won't make you roll for that sort of thing. You know what? I will make you roll one, John, since you're the one acquiring the parts. One stealth check. With partial successes. This is just generally to see what the crew notices.
So that is what? Move?
That is move quietly.
Move quietly. So, okay. I don't like my odds. What's the difficulty?
Difficulty is 2 with partial successes.
Okay, that's 1 success.
All right. So while acquiring parts and whatnot, no one sees you moving around in the hold if you ever were to place the bomb actually there. But someone does see you while acquiring gunpowder,
Mhm.
so they do certainly know about that. I won't roleplay this at all because you probably just needed the ammunition to protect yourself. It's not that expensive, so
Mhm.
somebody probably saw you and just doesn't matter to me.
Mhm.
So you have yourselves a bomb.
All right. And is it in the hold?
Are you all placing it in the hold and setting the timer?
All right.
Yeah, placing it so that it will definitely hit the whale oil and blow up the ship.
Okay, it's pretty easy to conceal it. When are you setting the timer for?
Probably like a 15-minute window after we would get off the ship.
Well, here's the
Close as
thing.
I can.
That's very difficult to roll.
You all do
If
not
that's-
know what the ETA is. I'm
Oh.
going to have to make you all guess.
Okay. So, here's the thing.
Right now, it is probably, let's say it is 2 o'clock on the day before. You know, generally they'll be able to tell you, yeah, we're going to arrive tomorrow. So you know you all will arrive in Bryanton tomorrow. You just don't know exactly.
All right. Here's the thing. I think it's a pretty safe bet that we'll be arriving during the daytime. So, what we can assume then is because there's only 2 ways up from that part of the ship, one is on the deck and one is through the whatchamacallit. But anyway, he can't get out of there during the daylight. He's gonna have to wait until the dark in order to get out. And they also can't unload the whale oil until after dark, because it is a secret cargo. So, my guess would be if we set the timer for, a few hours before sunset, that should give us relatively enough time to disembark safely. So maybe like 4 p.m., maybe 5 p.m.
Okay.
I will say, if you guys want to ask, you could possibly just ask about the ETA if you want.
I'll ask the captain.
That's a good idea. Might give us more exact time.
All right. I go to the captain and the new
Um,
captain.
If the new captain is on the bridge,
All right.
well, all right. As soon as you walk up, she will immediately react with, "Get off my bridge!"
I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask and see if I could get maybe like an ETA for when we might get there.
We're getting there tomorrow.
Okay. Bye.
Okay.
All right, Emil. I was unsuccessful. Maybe you should try.
Right.
Maybe you should ask someone else as well.
Okay, I don't like the sound of that. I'm gonna go ask if there's like a navigator or something. I'm gonna try to ask
Yes.
when, as close as possible, we'll arrive.
Yeah, the navigator would be indeed on the bridge as well, which the captain does not immediately respond to you with "Get off my bridge." And so you would see someone poring over some maps, sextant in hand, that sort of thing. Definitely the navigator, dead giveaway. Can I help you?
Yes, I was just wondering how soon we'll be arriving. Like, I've heard that it will be sometime tomorrow, but
Right. It's
I was wondering if there was a more exact time.
it's a little hard. Haven't seen land just yet, so makes me think. Right now, my estimate is sometime in the morning, probably.
In the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, before noon, certainly.
So, good to know. Thank you very much.
Of course.
So I'll come back down. It seems that the boat will almost certainly be arriving before noon tomorrow.
All right.
I'll set it a bit earlier than 5
Yeah.
p.m. then. I'll set it to like. She's certain. like 2 p.m. I'll set it for like 2 p.m. tomorrow. So like a 24-hour timer, I guess.
Okay, so after you all arrive.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
That, and theoretically, he shouldn't know about the bomb, so he won't be in a hurry to get off the boat just before dark, during the busiest time in the day.
Certainly, and the most traffic.
Yeah.
Alright, I will make you roll one more stealth check. Difficulty of 1. Because you know the pattern of the patrol of the hold to actually place the bomb. You
Okay.
circle
Okay, what's your move and quietly skills?
4 and 4.
Okay, mine too. I will just do it. Since it's my plan. That's 1 success.
That is enough.
Alright.
Bomb has been planted. Alright, and the timer is set. Alright. So is that all you all wanted to do?
Yes.
Okay. Well, would one of you mind getting everyone back in?
Yep. I have to leave for the next.
Oh, that's true.
Anyway.
Yep.
Oh yeah. What?
Guys, it's our turn now. Okay.
That is true.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome.
Just Heisel?
No, this is your conversation, remember?
Oh, yeah. Okay, I mean,
Oh,
it's not super private, but okay.
yeah. Well, I mean, is it okay if Josh sits in then?
To be honest, it is. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he probably.
Yeah,
doesn't have to sit in the
that would
hallway.
probably be better. Yep.
John,
Agreed.
At exactly this moment, if you read my notes,
you're good.
you'd be so concerned.
It's not that private. All right.
So you may not. at this present moment.
Well, you know what happens if Demas dies before this trip is over.
What happens?
Oh, you don't get any help
Oh.
on your own personal goals.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Who even said it was anything about Demas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just, if you guys were to conspire about anything, that would be my assumption.
I mean, he has a vested interest in keeping him alive, so
Yeah. I need his information because you have it, but I don't.
I
Oh
don't
yeah.
trust either of you. Anyway,
All right. Anyway, so yeah, so it's right after Sab got healed, John got healed, basically. So Sab probably stays in his room while just making sure that he's fine and just resting. But after that, he goes to a meal, basically. Where does he find a meal?
What time is this?
I'll assume it's after your former interaction. So this is probably the night before, probably like 6 o'clock after dinner, maybe.
Emil would be in his room.
Okay, he goes to the room.
He's gonna open the door. Yes.
Hi, Neil.
Hello.
Do you have a moment to talk?
I do.
Awesome. I go into his room, basically.
He'll like reluctantly open it further.
I look around it. Man, this is an interesting room that I've never been in before. So
Exactly the same as yours, just differently arrayed.
You didn't even deny that you had gone in it when I saw you coming out of it.
I mean, yeah, no. Anyway, so Emil, just wanted to say, thanks for your help with that little
I don't.
magic-y, zappity, helpity, doodity thing you have.
I don't.
Well, okay, listen. I was sick. Someone had a magic item that could miraculously heal. I just want to say, if you need anything, you can count on me. Means a lot. Anyway, that's it. I open up the door and leave, basically.
Okay.
Sure, I can count on him.
Alright, then I go over to Heisel's.
You could have just knocked once or twice.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, just wanted to say thanks for talking to Emil about helping us. 'Cause I feel like,
Well, sure. I mean, I wouldn't have just let you,
yeah, well, if you need anything, just let me know.
Will
I'll
do.
be around.
Sure. Appreciate
Okay,
it, Seb.
I'm gonna leave now. Leaves.
All right. There we go. So you all do indeed go to sleep. after that, unless you have any other interactions planned. Alright. So, you all go to bed around sunset, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I imagine. People go to bed a little bit earlier here in the Dishonored world. I don't know. But, you all are a little interrupted from your sleep. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, you hear the ship's horn. Wah! Just go immediately off. Which is strange because you haven't heard the ship's horn before, except perhaps when it was in harbor when you all boarded it.
Would we know what that would signify? Is this like land or?
Yeah, roll a ship's check, study check.
Okay.
Difficulty of 1.
We can all make that.
Yeah.
Study cleverly.
Oh, got
One
two
success.
successes, and one of them's a critical success.
No momentum for this check, sorry. This is pretty basic.
One
Yeah,
success.
But I got a critical success.
Sorry.
1.
Yep, land ho. So,
Yay.
you all are just about to arrive.
Gonna
Sam
gather
gets
my
a
things?
fail and instantly thinks, if it's pirates.
Yeah. It's a valid
Goes
conclusion.
guns
Yep.
blazing out
Yeah.
on deck.
So this is just a call to probably the harbor master or anyone that's on watch that, hey, there's a ship coming. We're here.
So it's gonna gather up her things and eventually, if the others that have not already left, make sure that everyone else knows what's happening.
Yeah, Emil's gonna, as soon as he gets woken up by that, he's gonna get his stuff and go up on the deck.
Mm-hmm. What is your all's passive study?
Is how?
That would
Is
be
it-
your your skill. Okay.
6.
5.
5.
6.
Okay. Alright, so you all go to the deck and you go ahead and gather there, I imagine, as the ship pulls into harbor. Takes about 30 minutes. While going in, you see this small motorboat just kind of pull on alongside of you. Just see some blue-collar workers just in there, sailors probably, helping out guide the ship actually into harbor. Once you all pull up to Bryanton, you all can see about this city. First thing, of course, you see is the port, which is quite busy. You've got plenty of ships coming in, lots of freight, a couple smaller ships that look like they were carrying refugees perhaps stopping by. Probably the unique thing about this port is that it is walled off from the city itself. So, I'm not exactly sure if that's a defense thing, why they built that, but it is indeed walled off. It's also a little unique in that you can see a couple airships docking as well. There is, for lack of a better word, an airport there for airships to dock in.
Is there the one that Sab had noticed the other day?
Well, you didn't see it. Sab? Make a ship's check. Study check.
Alright. Let's see. Oh, I think he's got. Yeah, so he's got 1 success.
Okay, yeah, that's not there. Looks like that thing is still flying wherever it's going.
Is there a doctor in the city by any chance that could fix my infected arm?
Well, we'll have to
Infected
see
stub.
once you all land.
Let's not
Yeah,
call it
so-
an arm.
The boat eventually pulls up into harbor, and Captain Evander now is on the deck as this ramp is dropped actually to the ship, onto the ship's deck, and she and a couple of her crewmates go down first. You can see an official at the bottom of the dock in this green uniform with a green patrol cap, smoking a pipe with a pistol at his side. You all are pretty much free to go, as one of the crew members will tell you, like, Captain kind of doesn't want you back on the ship, so you all should probably skedaddle.
Find a
What time
different
is
way
this?
to-
This is 6 a.m. in the morning, probably.
Okay. Is the sun
Are
up?
people
Just barely. It's
Okay.
a
So
haze
are
over the
people,
entire
like-
scene.
walking around, unloading things? How busy is this?
It is quite busy. Most of the crew is actually the dock is what's busy. Maple's crew is actually doesn't look like they're unloading anything right here. Definitely not unloading the whale oil, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They might be actually picking up some cargo with the crane that they have there, but very little. Honestly, yeah, they'd probably be taking that up to or up on the ramp. But the docks themselves are quite busy, not just with what looks like sailors performing their duties, but also just a bunch of civilians and refugees. Extremely modeled group of people from all around the Isles, you can tell. Some are dressed extremely nice, with very fancy luggage, but that's all they could bring with them. Others basically wearing rags. But it's strange that they're all certainly just gathered on the dock. It's quite compact.
Well, we're gonna need to find another way to Bryant, and then if we want to, or I'm sorry, to Sunline. Then if we want to move on further, doesn't look like we're gonna be allowed back here.
I need to go see a doctor.
Sure, we can. Of course, we can do that before we start looking for a ship.
I'm
Actually,
gonna go check something real quick. For sake of my own sanity, I go to try and find that one really nice guy who gave me the hat with the money, and then we later met
Oh yes.
and ask him his name.
By the way, he did not give you a hat.
Yes,
They
he
just
did not give
collected
me a
money on the
hat. He gave me the
Yes.
money. So.
I have his name. You'd actually see him just hauling some cargo up on the deck, and he would say, "Actually, just tell me what you're gonna say to him."
Just go up to him. Hey, just want to thank you for the voyage and all that. What was your name again?
Oh, of course, yeah. Let's see. What's my name?
looking at the name document.
Yeah. The name's Walton. Mm-hmm.
I like that. I like that, Walton. Hopefully if I ever join the circus here in Pandysia,
Oh yeah, of course.
maybe you can come and see it.
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah.
Where do you think you're staying here in Brympton?
I don't think so. Bryanton kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's they're really tight on immigration here. Ideally, we'd take you all to Sunline, which is a lot better, but
Well, yeah.
you guys
I
can
get
stay
it.
on the boat.
Yeah,
You're,
I get it.
You're good in my book, though.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, well, tell everyone goodbye.
All
Maybe
right.
not the captain, because she might not like that. But I'll see ya.
Tell you a secret. She enjoyed the show.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm,
Bye.
Little birdie told me that.
This guy's so nice.
I love this guy.
All right, well, have fun in Brympton.
Alright, you
Thanks
too.
for the show.
Yeah. Don't watch out for sky pirates.
He just grumbles as he walks away. Are you all heading down the ramp onto the docks themselves?
Yeah.
Yep, me with my bag of rocks.
Yeah.
Over my shoulder.
You have all your
Only
stuff,
worldly
all your
possessions.
luggage off the ship, I imagine?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would we know? Did Demas want our help getting off the ship?
He did not mention it, that's for
Okay,
sure.
good.
Yeah, I mean that's
Assumingly,
Look it up.
he doesn't want to see us.
You know,
He
I'm
hasn't
fine
been
with that.
that-
That's less work for
He
us.
hasn't been that happy about everyone.
We're this
Walking
close. We don't want to risk going and starting any kind of confrontation
No,
right
hey,
now.
I just
Imagine
if we
if the
had
boat
to
like
get him
blew
off
up
that
right
ship,
now
then
because
that'd
we
be...
were stupid about Demas. That'd be
He blew the boat up.
So we're walking off the
Embarrassing.
boat.
Yes.
That's correct, you all are walking off the boat. While you're going down, the captain is just talking with this official in green. Faisal, you would recognize this is a constable of the kingdom, revolution, the Republic of Morley. So this guy is definitely listening to the captain, and you can hear the captain talking about pirates boarded us. It was an airship, and we had no cargo. They were looking for some void artifact thing. Didn't find what they were looking for. Killed a civilian, and our captain died in the process. You can see she's biting her lip, saying, to avoid saying, one of our crew killed him, or one of our guests killed him. Seems she
Hazel
has
was
some-
thinking about appealing the decision to not let them back on the ship. This is when she drops that idea. We appreciate the voyage, Captain. We wish you luck.
Good luck getting into the city. And
Thanks.
she just goes back to talk to the constable. So you all, I imagine, walking through the crowds now, as it is completely packed with people. The docks themselves aren't just docks. You can kind of see kind of like a lot less bougie, but like those fancy boardwalks that you go to that do have stores throughout. There are a couple stores, certainly some cargo companies and organizations that are loading with boats and whatnot. You can probably see there's taverns, there are a whole bunch of street vendors. You can see a street performer, a woman with a violin performing in front of some refugees. But probably one of the stranger things that you all see is the amount of armed guards across this entire crowd of people. There is probably like one guard per every 5 refugees, which given that there's probably like nearly like 1,500 civilians on this dock right now.
There's a lot of guards.
It is. Almost all of them are armed with shotguns. They're just wearing suits, and they all have these tin badges on their breast that say Kenrick's Private Enforcers.
They look
Oh,
friendly.
wonderful.
Yeah. Most of them seem to be at high positions, just watching the crowd, just making sure that there are no disturbances. A couple of them don't have the shotguns and are just have a pistol and a baton at the side. So
I'm gonna stop one. Hey, do you got a minute?
Oh, what you want, miss?
Well, first of all, I'm just sort of, why are there so many guards here?
Well, it's the docks. It's where
Do you see a lot
too
of
many
trouble?
people. Oh, every now and then there's a pickpocketer, that sort of thing. But most of the problem is just there's a lot of people. A lot of people trying to sneak into the city.
Hmm. Orders closed pretty tightly then.
Yes, Brimton is closed to all non-citizens of Morley.
Ah,
If you need to get in, you need to have paperwork.
well, I've got mine right here. But...
Oh, I'm not a border guard. You need
no,
to take
no,
that
no,
up with
I'm aware. Listen,
Hmm?
you're one of Kenrick's men, right?
Yes, I am.
Could you pass a message for me?
To Maxim Kenrick.
Well, up the chain, wherever it would get to him. He'll want to hear this.
Okay, I guess I can tell my superior about this. Who's this from?
Can you just tell him that the Lady Ogre Heisel Cohen's arrived?
The lady.
give me a second. He pulls out a notepad and it's just
How do you spell it?
And she's gonna go ahead and, like, give him the whole spelling.
Okay.
I know he's a busy man, but I'd like to see him if you've got time.
What's the message?
Just that I'm here, and we'll be in town for a few days.
Here. Well, I can't guarantee that this will get to him. I'm just an enforcer.
Sure. Well, if I get to him before you do, then moot point anyway. But I appreciate it.
Fair enough.
yes.
I go up to the same enforcer and like, hey, could you point me in the direction of like a doctor or some kind of medical practitioner in this area?
Well, there's more doctors actually in the city. Those are the more professional ones. There's a couple people performing first aid here. Don't know where they are. They kind of move throughout the crowd. You probably have to find them yourself. That would be. What's her name? I think her name was Dr. Drummond or something. Is going throughout the crowd. She's doing good work with the refugees.
All right.
If you're looking for a doctor.
All right.
What's your problem? Oh, the arm.
Yes.
Surgery.
She can't fix that.
No. I've got an infection, I think, and I just need to see if there's anything that she can do about, cleaning it out.
Okay.
properly.
All right. Well, best of luck finding her. Good day.
And he just steps back a little bit. So, is there anything you all would like to do? Anything you'd like to buy? Anything you'd like to sell?
Are there
Anything
shops
you're looking
in here?
So you can see there is one prominent general store. It seems to be lots of people walking in just buying food, basically. But some people are restocking for supplies for the next leg of the journey all the way to Pandyssia.
Is there any other more like specialty sort of stores, or would they be past the wall?
Not in the board. That would be past the wall. That's right. Yeah.
Actually, I might go inside for a little while, if you guys don't mind. The, like a company.
It's like where?
Inside the walls.
Do you need company, or you also know Sav has his band, his
What's-
necktie over his mouth.
Oh, okay.
What's going on with you, with all that? What?
Diseases.
It's not very convincing.
No, other people's diseases.
Are you a germaphobe?
No, we're in Pandyssia, land of 1,000 death bringers.
It's the other coast.
Still Pandyssia.
I mean, he's got a point. The world's deadliest virus originated from this
So
continent.
do you plan on keeping it on the entire time we're here?
Like, he slightly moves it down to his nose.
Might as well boost your immune system now, right?
I mean, he lowers it finally. And like takes a very very slight breath. Just
See, you're fine. You're not dying. You'll be alright.
In any case, are you implying that you could get any of us across the border?
I'm implying that I can get myself across the border. I've got all the proper paperwork.
Can
in
you
order to
bring a
do more-
doctor back from the city?
That's sort of what I was thinking.
Excuse me,
Lady Arga, and the private enforcer comes back to you already. Like,
Yeah.
this has been like 2 minutes since
What
you
can I
talked
do
to the
for
guy.
you?
We'll make contact.
Well, and he just says, I actually received this from my superior. He pulls out a note that says on it, Lady Augur Heisel Cohen, you have been summoned to the Kenrick estate. Please enter through the main gate, and my butler will deliver you.
Perfect.
Of course,
Um,
signed, Maxim Kenrick County.
Should I bring my friends, do you think? Would he allow it?
Yes, that should be fine. Mr. Kenrick wants you himself.
We go back, Kenrick and I.
Oh, yes. Well, if you could tell him Nigel Swansby is
Nigel
performing
Swansby.
very, very well, and you'll be interested in a management position.
Well, sure thing, Mr. Swansby. Appreciate it.
I don't. If it doesn't come up in conversation of how it.
Oh,
What
no. I mean, I'd like to recognize talent when I see it anyway.
All right, let's get you all into the city. Make way!
And you just see as a couple other enforcers go alongside you, and basically a parting of the Red Sea of people as people see this already and respond to the people with shotguns and step aside.
Hazel
As-
grins back at the rest of you and follows.
Ooh, special treatment.
Sam pulls up his mask again. His yeah.
All right.
Makeshift mask.
So you all make it to the main gate, and you can see person wearing a uniform similar to the Morlean constable, not the private enforcers, standing by there. Basically in a guard booth. There's 2 guards actually by, private enforcers by the gate itself, but there's just 1 constable. As you all approach, you can see he's just. It's 7 a.m. in the morning. It's already pretty early. You can see he's quite tired. He just says, "Proof of citizenship or a travel visa, please."
I pull out mine.
Okay. He takes that, looks it all over. I wish I could have him stamp something, but no passports. So, all right, miss, you should be good. Next.
The rest of them are with me.
The rest of them are gonna need travel visas
The
or
rest
proof
of them are a part of
citizenship.
Mr. Kenrick wants to see us.
Maxim Kenrick.
Right. He can confirm it. And I'm gonna point over to Nigel Swansby, whose name I just got.
Yes, of course. Yes, they do not require
Paperwork. I mean, they kind of do. You just see Swansby just like gesture at the guards, and they just step aside from the gate.
Go on then, you can go in.
Great, appreciate it.
Wait, what?
I'm gonna start
And-
heading.
Yeah, and you all just walk into
Casual,
the
quick walk. Casual, quick walk.
city. That's
Quick
correct.
Also, Sav takes a look at the walls. Is how high and how
They're
many?
like 15 feet tall, made of stone.
Okay. Climbable.
Yes, probably.
Good.
I will also say that walking. No, never mind. I was gonna put a wall of light there, but no. Morley doesn't really have those, or at least doesn't put those, at least in the colonies. You all
Seems too
walk
high
into the city.
maintenance.
What's that?
Seems too high maintenance for the colonies.
Agreed. speaking of high maintenance for the colonies, this is a strangely industrialized city. As you all walk in, you can see paved roads, you can see smokestacks on the horizon puffing out, just these long trails of smoke. And some of the buildings you all are seeing, maybe not immediately walking in by the shore, but it's a pretty nice architecture. Isola looks a lot like Morley to you. Building style, all of that. It's just, this is definitely a calling of Morley, that's for
This
sure.
place has Kenrick written all over it.
In fact, right in front of you, actually on that stone paved road, one of you would see a strange object. Looks like a carriage, except the front of it is almost nearly glass. The carriage wheels are a little bit bigger, and there is this whale oil tank on the back of it. You all can see someone standing in front of it, bowler hat, extremely finely dressed. Completely clean shaven, looks like he's in his 20s, 30s. And he just says to you all, "Oh, yes, Lady Olga Heiselko. It's good to have you. I am," really wish I remembered his name,
You're good, you're good.
Vern Pelkins.
Vern Pelicans, it's a
I
pleasure.
am, Maxim's papa.
Is this for us?
Yes, I will be driving you all outside the city to deliver. Wait, I assume these fine folk are with you.
My traveling companions, let's say.
Of course. Though Mr. Kenrick certainly summoned just you, they will be certainly welcomed in our parlor.
Wonderful.
All right. Have
Should
you
do
all
nice
been in a motorized carriage before?
No.
Yeah, none of you have. You might have heard of them. That's about it. This is fancy stuff.
I'm afraid I haven't had the pleasure.
Well, it's a pretty lovely experience. Can get a little bumpy outside the city, but we should be fine. After you, and he opens up the door again like a carriage. There's a step and then an interior. Interior is very nice, like red leather seats basically, and there's one driver's seat actually in the front. You know, I really wish some of you have played Disco Elysium, but it's a lot like the cars from that game. But
Well, come on in. And I'm gonna climb in.
I do the same.
Same.
Yeah.
of course, once you all get in, Vern follows you, gets into the driver's seat, pulls this lever up from the ground, and you all can hear. It's not as loud as you all would have thought, especially for those of you experienced with whale oil engines. But you can hear the engine start, and the carriage picks up, probably about 30 miles an hour. Its top speed would probably be 50 in a pinch. But you all go through the city, and once again, you all will see those same nice colonial buildings. You do see while you're traveling, you pass a building labeled.
Yeah, I would like to kind of keep an eye out the window for anything of interest that we might want to use while we're in town.
I suppose
Specifically a doctor.
I'll do the same thing, I guess.
So, while you're traveling, you pass a couple of interesting looking buildings, some factories, a lot of offices. There is a 5-story office labeled Kenrick Private Enforcers that has like an annex attached to it that looks almost more like a barracks. So it looks like administrative offices as well as some sort of training ground. You all do pass a factory with this massive gate and I say marquee, but it's not lit up, but a sign across the gate that just says Rin Firearms, R-I-N-N. Emil, you would probably recognize this is probably the foremost maker of firearms in the world. Home in Morley, but it looks like this is a distribution center for it. They're the makers of pretty much any sort of revolver. They've really monopolized that. You also do pass a very, very large looking bank labeled Arbeck and Tuss, First Bank of Pandysia. And like stereotypical banks, it's got columns in the front. A surprising amount of windows and a surprising amount of Kenrick Private Enforcers on the front of the building. So, Those are pretty much the main locations that you all see, at least the very distinguishable ones. Yes.
Driver, what time is it?
Give me a moment. Pulls out a stopwatch. Or a pocket watch, excuse me, sorry. They look like the same. It seems it's about just noon.
Okay.
We should be arriving at the Kenrick estate in probably 20 minutes.
Quite the ride.
Indeed. If you all do you have anything to bring up while in this, or would you like to just move to the manor?
Seb says, First Bank in Morley.
Well, first is kind of just a title they put on every single bank. That is Arbeck and Tuss's, I suppose it would be headquarters, but that's a more corporate term. Yes, they are. That's certainly the largest bank in Pendicia, though.
What is it that Mr. Kenner does here himself?
Well, most of what he does is oversee the deployment of private enforcers across the continent. Here in Bryanton, most of what we do is security. Across the continent, I'm sure he'll be eager to tell you about this, but we're also a little bit involved in law enforcement as well.
I see. And he spends most of his time here, not in Sunline.
Yes, because of the fact that private enforcers are technically headquartered in Window, back in Morley,
Oh, sure.
it is good to have ties still established with that. Here in the colony, it's a little bit centralized. Should he need to get to Pendicia, he can do it quickly, and should he need to get word back to Morley, he's in a great position to do so.
It's efficient.
Of course.
So how does one get into the not mercenaries for hire, the
Oh,
Private
yes.
enforcer.
private investigator, private
Make sure
protection?
do not use the word mercenary with Mr. Kenrick. He will go on for hours about how the private enforcers are not mercenaries. But as to your question, remind me, you just asked how to get into?
I mean, it's not exactly something that I would think most businesses or business-minded people would get into.
Yes, well, it's we actually do a bit of private investigation as well, should the situation require. Some of our enforcers are trained in investigation. To actually, are you asking about Mr. Kenrick himself, or how one would become an enforcer?
Mr. Kenner.
Mr. Kenrick's a bit of an exception when it comes to the business world.
Yes, so after the Void Crisis, Mr. Kenrick was smart enough to invest in security. A lot of dangerous things were going on, and a lot of dangerous men as well. He assumed some of the facilities of the former Leviathan Corporation, which was a very dangerous organization working in cahoots with the Kingdom of Morley. Took a lot of their men, but also took a lot of their business as well. Security is a very important business, especially when the Isles are in chaos. That is for sure.
I look out the window.
The rest of the drive, which is weird to say in a Western setting, uneventful. Eventually you all exit the city and are kind of thrust into your first glimpse of Pendician wilderness, which surprisingly looks a lot like the Isles. It is extremely heavily wooded, lots and lots of trees. Not exactly hilly, kind of like Kentucky hilly or Southern Ohio hilly.
So not hilly.
No, but not flat either, certainly. Kind of looks a little bit like Northern Bristol. Just lots and lots of trees. But eventually you all pull up in front of, it seems to be this large manor with a gate in front of it, with these brass tips on the actual gate itself. And of course, as you would suspect, 2 private enforcers right by the gate. Open for you all, and the motorized carriage pulls in on this gravel driveway. Vern is the first one to get out, and he opens the door for you all.
Appreciate it. That was quite the experience.
Yes, I am certainly fond myself of motorized carriages. Certainly much better than driving a stagecoach.
Do you have many?
Oh no, this is the only one. They are fairly expensive, but certainly worth it for the speed. I do believe there is, in Pandisia, some people, if you're looking for a cheaper option, I think some people are making, I think they're called monocycles in Pandisia.
What's a motorcycle?
Well, it's like a large wheel. It's extremely dangerous. Certainly not suiting for someone as important as Mr. Kendrick, but it's just a motorized wheel. It doesn't look like a carriage at all.
So you just sit on it?
Yes, there's a seat, like right, left or right of the wheel itself. It's properly strange. I can't really adequately
Interesting.
describe it to you. I think we have some forces that prefer using those out on the continent.
Can you drive those with one arm by any chance?
Yes, you are indeed in quite the predicament there.
That's sort of a new thing.
I suppose you could. I mean, you could drive this motorized carriage with just one arm. It does have what looks to be a steering wheel, except only these two sides have like an actual rail around it, so the top half is just kind of missing.
All right.
This should be fairly easy to operate. Mainly feet is what's important, so try not to lose your legs. You should be fine.
Thank
So,
you.
Kind of during this, he's walked around to the back of the carriage and he's pulled out this little metal book thing.
Mhm.
Did the whole unlock it, and he's just kind of sketching the
Oh yeah, the motor.
the motor and
Yep.
just kind of looking at it.
Yeah.
And he looks kind of happy overall.
Yeah. Surprisingly, it's not the most complex looking engine out there, especially considering airships are flying much larger engines. Probably looks like the main ingenuity here is just the fact that it's compact. Probably the smallest, I was calling it a void engine, whale oil engine you all have seen before. The whale oil tank, which is shielded, you don't want an exposed whale oil tank, probably about half the size of the ones I described in the ship. So, fairly small. So, Vern leads the way to the actual manor itself, opens the door, gestures you all in, and you see before you a very, very fancy parlor. Plenty of seating, posh rug, decadent chandelier hanging above it all. You can see this grand staircase that spirals around immediately up the entrance to the second floor. Fern leads you all into the parlor itself, and then says, "Now, Miss, excuse me. Oh, please forgive me. The proper title. I was taught about how to use the proper one, and I have failed. But
It's fine, Mr. Falcon. You can call me whatever you want.
yes. Well, Lady Arga, I believe Mr. Kenrick should be free right now. If he is yelling, I would probably wait about 5 minutes, and then wait until he cools down. He should
Sure
be
thing.
good.
The
Just-
rest of you? Oh, sorry.
Yes, this is unfortunately just a meeting for the Lady Arga. So, I'm afraid all of you will need to stay in the parlor here. Could I get you any refreshments?
Do you have any whiskey from what's the northern place that is like Russia?
Tibia.
Oh, Tibia.
Tibia. Do you have any expensive
Hmm.
Tibian
Yes. Do you have any of that?
I'm afraid no whiskey
Ah,
from Tibia.
Actually,
Any
bit of
alcoholic
a bit of an
beverage.
addendum. Probably don't give him anything like that.
Water,
Um,
please.
Some
Right.
tea might be better.
any
Tea.
wine, perhaps?
Just don't get into any trouble
We do
here.
have a very fine Tibian red from
Good.
1835.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, per my instructions, I am to defer to any judgment of the Lady Arga. We do have plenty of fine tea.
I'll take a tea.
Emil, would you mind just kind of watching them?
We do also have plenty of coffee.
I turn
Oh, coffee. Coffee
sad
would be good for
turns
me.
to Heisel and does puppy dog eyes.
It has an alcohol after this. Not in Mr. Kenrick's parlor, right?
That's like
You saw John. You said John last time.
But wine, really expensive, good wine.
Maybe
I'm sure
as we're
the
leaving.
tea is expensive and good as well.
Free expensive wine.
Stay out of
Pretty
trouble,
expensive
right?
Tea.
Stay out of trouble. Got it?
Yes, and also to you all, we don't really have any strong spirits here. Mr. Kenrick is kind of against them. So no whiskey, no Tibian vodka, nothing like that.
Coffee will do, please.
Of course. I will be back momentarily. And you all see him leave, probably to head, of course, to the kitchen. Lady Augur, the stairs await.
Yeah, I'll head up.
Mm-hmm. So, while you're
Don't
heading
hear
up,
any yelling.
you do hear,
What do you mean I can't get up? We made an agreement. I made the agreement. I have proof of the agreement right here, and yeah, oh, yes, that's right. Yes, quite. Indeed. Good day.
you just hear him pound on a desk.
I'm gonna count to like 10 in my head, and then I'm gonna knock.
Come in.
I'm gonna open the door. Maxim, it's been a while.
You see before you, which I guess you will have seen him before, see this short, stocky, somewhat portly fellow, but also decently well built. Probably in his 60s. Balding head, most of his hair is in the back. He has these two circular glasses right in front of his eyes, and you see a ginormous walrus mustache beneath his nose.
If it isn't Heisel Cohen. Welcome.
Finally made it to this side of the world.
Oh yes, welcome to Pandysia. Of course.
Appreciate it.
Yes, please sit down.
You really come into your own here, Maxim.
Oh yes, Pandysia was built for me, I think.
Or you were built for Pandysia. One of them.
Well, certainly been good business, that's for sure. Please, have a seat.
And I'll sit down. I hope you don't mind. I brought along some of my comrades.
Comrades. Friends from your organization?
No, more recent acquisitions.
Well, any friend of Heisel Cohen is a friend of mine.
They're sort of protection, if you will.
Protection.
Not sure they're friends yet.
Lady Augur, you are in the presence of the man who owns security. Please, are they professionals?
They're
If you had hired my private
They're
enforcers,
capable.
I would have known. I can give you some of the best men that I have. Trust me.
well, I appreciate it, Maxim, but I think these three will do. I'll let you know
Fair
if that
enough.
ever stops working out, of course. You'll be the first to know.
Please do. There's an office for the private enforcers in nearly every single city. in
You've been
Paris.
busy.
Yes, some of the offices are, albeit a little small, but they are adequate. I do think maybe stay away from the northwest, though we don't have too many there.
Well, still, pretty wide reach. I'd expect no less from you.
Oh, yes, indeed, yes. Pandysia has been excellent to me, that is for sure.
Well,
So,
did you call me here for a specific reason, or did you just want to catch up, Maxim?
oh, well, I did in fact get word of your coming from your, what are they? Your secretary?
Oh, from Mikhail.
Yes, that was his name. Yes, the Tibian lad.
He's
yes.
doing all right.
Yes, he's doing fine. Got a letter from him, I think so. He didn't say much about he's doing. I think he said he was in Sunline.
That would make more sense for sure. We're sort of trying to get there on our own, but there's been some transportation troubles, I'm afraid.
Transportation troubles, do tell.
Oh, it's a whole ordeal. Got attacked by pirates on the way over.
He actually was drinking, he has this glass of Gristolian cider. He actually legitimately spit takes it.
Pirates!
Oh.
Pirates!
Sorry, yeah.
Well, I hope your three security... Oh, no, he doesn't have three. I hope your security helped you out with them.
Well, sort of, that's how we met. They proved to be pretty competent, all in all. I proved to be pretty competent on my own.
Oh, of course you
Actually.
did. Yes. There's one thing I know about you, Heisel Cohen. You are competent and confident.
Well, appreciate it, Mr. Kenner.
Of course. So, pirates.
Yeah.
Just the common rabble, or were they...
Well, they had something specific in mind. I'm sure all pirates do. Didn't find what they were looking for on our ship, so they left. But
They went Crimson Pennant, were they?
you know the name.
Of course I know the name. I told you, I own security in Pandacia.
Have they been much of a problem for the other ships?
They are the problem. So you arrived here on airship,
Well, no, on just a regular boat.
and the Crimson Pennant attacked you?
Yeah, they were on the lookout for some sort of void thing.
No offense to you, of course, Lady Arga, but the Crimson Pennant does not waste time on small fry.
They were looking for something one of our passengers was supposed to have.
Hmm.
Turns out he didn't have it. Bit of a waste of time, but harrowing one for us.
I must ask, mainly because I am concerned for the safety of Pandacia and the elimination of those red menaces.
I'm right
What
there
were
with
they
you.
looking for?
Some sort of void artifact. Not exactly sure what it was.
Void artifact. That's kind of out of their MO. Interesting.
Well, I just know what they told me.
Hmm.
And that wasn't much.
Interesting. But they left you unharmed, right?
Right.
Excellent.
Did some quick talking.
Oh. Is that how you got out?
Afraid so.
Well, if there's a third thing I know about you, Eiffel Cohen, is that you're good at talking.
You know, let's
Lot
think
better
about
than
it,
I.
Maxim.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, just some things went down during the whole encounter, and we're not exactly welcome back on the ship. Some of my company made some split-second decisions that weren't.
Do you need passage?
You know, we're on the lookout right now.
Oh, perfect.
You
I
have something
have.
in mind.
Yes, I'm deploying some soldiers, I believe to Padaran, but they will be landing in Sunline first, and they will be taking airship. Would you be interested in traveling with them?
It'd be an absolute pleasure.
Excellent. How many people are in your party?
There's 4 of us.
Oh, excellent. I thought you had talked about like 20 people with you, at least for security.
Oh, no. It's just a few, but they're pretty
Yes.
remarkable.
Yes, of course. Yes. So, should you need passage, just go to the crew of the Tegix Caravan in, it should be in the airship port. Give me a moment. Pulls out something in a desk, just some paper, signs it with his signature, and just, here you go, just show that to them, and you should be granted passage.
It's
Just,
kind of you, Mr. Carrick.
of course, Heisel Cohen. Is there anything else I could help you with in Pendacy?
Well-
I am somewhat of an expert on this area. Any questions you have?
I'm sure I have more than I could really think of at the moment, but I did want to ask if there anything I can do for you while we're here. I'll sort of be on the road a fair bit.
Well, I could use your advice. Your particular way of seeing things, I suppose.
You know that's my specialty.
Of course. One of my men back in Winddown got involved with a little bit of a kerfuffle. There was a criminal that died in his custody. One witness says that he beat him to death. My man says he didn't touch the man. I have no other information than that. And I don't know whether to fire this man or to believe what he's saying.
So do you want me to ask the void for an answer?
Well, I suppose so.
Right. Well, if you give me a bit of time, I could probably get back to you tomorrow.
All right, very well. Just a minor business situation. Your advice has guided me well in the past, so I figured it would be a good idea to approach you yet again.
Well, any advice I could give you, I'd be happy to. Just give me a little time.
Yes. I did want to ask you one other thing.
Of course.
I know most of my relationship with your organization has been through you, but I do keep tabs on what is going on with the different cults and whatnot.
It's sort of a bit of a loose term.
Exactly, yes. I apologize if that was any offense to you,
No, you're fine.
but I wanted to ask, what exactly did your leader look like, Leonard Glenn?
Leonard.
Yes.
Well, he was on the taller end, maybe a few inches taller than you.
Mm-hmm.
Blonde hair,
Mm.
fell about to his shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
He had these these sort of thin eyes, but very dark,
Hmm.
piercing.
Did you wear glasses?
Yeah, actually.
Hmm.
These little things kept falling off his face.
Mm-hmm. And blonde, right?
Mm. Right. I think they were more of an affectation than anything else.
Hmm.
Made him look smart or whatever.
Right, right.
Said it was a bit of a
Hmm.
tomfoolery.
You don't happen to have a silvergraph of him, do you?
Well, I'm done with my things actually, I do. Why'd you ask?
Well, I am not the biggest believer in some of the void nonsense that some people peddle, but I do believe in yours at least. Well, not your nonsense. It's not nonsense. But
Dig yourself a bit of a hole, Mr. Kenner.
yes, I do that quite often. There have been a couple of nights when I've been asleep when I have woken up to see someone in my room and he matched the description of your Leonard.
He did.
Yes.
What sorts of dreams, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, dreams that didn't feel like dreams. I'd open my eyes and he'd be there, and then he'd just disappear. Like, I've done my research. Like he was been blinking away, I believe, with the power of the void. Just disintegrated into this, like, ash.
And when was it you got these dreams again?
The last one was 3 nights ago. Vern charged in with a sword. It was good to know that he was close by. Good man.
And this was, you saw this as if it was happening in your room, or as if...
Oh, I saw it happen. Right. He came in, I said, "Who are you?" And Vern comes in with the sword. Your friend, I think, if that really was him, disappeared.
I mean,
I've kept tabs. I know you believe that he is the new outsider.
he is, he's ascended, but
Yeah.
maybe he's just found a way to come back.
Or maybe he's paying an interest into me.
You're a very interesting man, Maxim.
Oh, I thank you. I thank you. I'm no void cultist priestess thing. I'm sorry, what would you call yourself, Lady Arga? Other than Lady Arga?
Well, that's probably the best way of putting it.
Nah. Fair enough.
Could you write up with as much detail as you could what you saw?
Yes, of course. He has never spoken to me. I've seen him twice.
Twice.
Yes.
And when was the first time?
First time was a week before the second. But, yes, has not responded, but it sounds like that's the man of your... If you wouldn't mind showing me that silvergraph, I would be able to confirm it.
I can run down and get it, sure.
Take your time. If you don't have it, that's
Well,
fine.
I have it with me. We brought our luggage with us, seeing as how we didn't have anywhere else to go yet, but...
And just to confirm, Leonard would not be angry with me for some reason. I
No,
can have security, but I can't stop hauntings. So,
I don't see any reason he would be.
excellent.
He's been nothing but good to our cause.
Well, if you can get a message to him, I would prefer to remain undisturbed myself.
I'll see what I can do.
Yes.
I'll be back. I'll go get the silvergraph.
Of course.
He just sits back in his chair, sipping some cider. While that is happening, is there anything you guys are doing other than sipping tea?
Just sipping tea and making sure
What-
that no one kills anybody.
What is the parlor
Not sipping
like?
tea, 'cause
So you can
Doesn't
see the
like
parlor.
That's fair.
You've got a fireplace in it, several tables, several of those very arched seats. Basically, they're all cushioned and whatnot. It's not like they're solid modern art or something like that, but kind of make you sit down at somewhat uncomfortable angles. Yeah, there's a fireplace. There is a pistol above the fireplace, just hung in a rack right there. You can see some swords arrayed around the walls. And you can see a couple actually taxidermized animals. You can see what all of you would recognize as a blood ox, which is pretty much the cow of Dishonored. It's a strange looking thing. Hold on. There's literally taxidermized. Yes, there it is.
oh, like a lizard cow.
I don't think it's a lizard.
It looks
Okay,
like a
well-
lizard cow.
I guess it does look like a
Yeah,
lizard.
Crocodile
it's like
cow?
a lizard-ish, like
It looks like a death claw from Fallout.
It does. It does.
Oh man. Yep. But there you go. There's your blood ox. But you can also see another creature on the wall labeled Hustler, which looks like a giant wolf but with saber-toothed claws. Or
Teeth.
teeth. Yes.
Saber-tooth
teeth. That's right. Yeah. Oh man. But that is also taxonomized on the wall, and you can see the one actually there. Its eyes are both different. One looks like a more live heart, another looks like it was shattered. It was shot through the eye. So that's pretty much what the room looks like. And of course a tea set for it. Like that. There you go. Tea set. Exactly like that.
Nice little teeth.
Mm-hmm. And Vern will pour you all some tea, coffee if you requested it.
Vern, what time is it by any chance?
Very punctual person. Right now it is about 30 minutes past 1.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Sab waits till Vern's gone. He leans, comes close to you guys.
What is it?
Okay, so I forgot to mention this before. Sorry, Neil. But the one other thing that I forgot to mention was when we were talking with Demas, when I was talking to him, he mentioned something called the white menage, it was the ebony pervasive, and apparently they're the people who are interested in void stuff, not the Crimson Pendant. It seems like they're like a movement, like a mini cult.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jacob. Just wondering, is that in character of Sab calling it the ebony pervasive?
He eventually gets the right name.
Okay, yep, the proper name would be the ebony pervasion. Yep, so
Pervasion.
very, very close.
Okay. Ebony pervasion. There we go. That one's. I look in the middle book. Should it? Yep, that's the right one. Put it in the book in my coat. I've probably been doodling in it.
What do you know about this organization?
Well, so when the Crimson Pennant came, they had the weird little things around their normal flag. Those are obviously related to the Void, which is why they're interested in Void artifacts. They're not exactly subtle about that. So from what it seems like, I think they're basically some sort of group within it that the people Snatch is a part of. I'm guessing. That's about it.
All right.
Basically, it's not the Crimson Pennant that attacked us, but this new group. They seem new, at least. It seems like they're gaining power in it.
All right.
But yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that before, Neil.
Thanks for mentioning it now.
At about this time, Heisel would arrive downstairs.
She's looking a little flustered for the first time since you, well, not for the first time since you met her, but like a little less composed than usual. She just walks over to her things and rifles through a few things, grabs
Everything
something.
all right?
Yeah, just fine. Just need to fetch something for Mr. Kenrick. You will stay out of trouble.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Of course.
But could we have the wine on the way out?
I'll ask Vern, I guess. We found us a new transport, by the way, to Sunline.
Ooh,
On a ship.
On an airship, actually.
an airship.
Oh.
Ooh.
Mr. Kenrick's being very generous to us.
They don't have any oil on it, right?
I mean, probably not more than is needed to keep the thing in the air.
Okay.
Okay.
Hopefully there's
But
not
then I'm not
much.
with that.
Hopefully there isn't that much.
I swear, if we get attacked by pirates again, I'm not taking any hostages.
Seems like the Crimson Pennant's been a bit of a trouble for Mr. Kenrick before now. Big one, actually. I'll be back, right? Just hang tight a little longer. And she pockets the thing that she had taken out of her luggage and goes back upstairs.
Yes, yes, welcome back.
I got the silvergraph, Maxim. Is this the man you saw?
Yep, that's definitely the man. Interesting.
This is a bit of a development to me too.
You're telling me?
I mean, I knew he was in the void, but I didn't know he could come back yet.
Yes, well,
Just, if anything further happens with this, just let me know, alright? It's
of
important.
course, yes. Do you have any advice for me on this development? This is kind of strange.
I'm sure.
Like, what does he want?
He's been in the void for 3 years now. Still seems to be learning the ropes. The only display of power he's been able to manage so far has been, well, what he does to me. So this is a bit of a complication on my end as well. I don't think he'd have any reason to want to harm you,
Well, that's
Or-
good.
to cause any sort of trouble or anything.
I'd like to see that bloke try.
I just...
I hope he doesn't.
No, I wouldn't think he would, but... Just... Don't assume anything, just let me know if anything else happens that...
Of course, Lady Ark. I do not trust anyone more in the field of void law. So, I will contact you should anything new develop from this encounter.
I hate to ask you another favor, Maxim, but if you could keep this between us, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, trust me, that could be a dangerous business secret. People could exploit that. They think I'm seeing people in the middle of the night. Between you, me, and Vern.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Just, when he does choose to appear to the rest of our people, again, I want you to be on his terms.
Of course, of course. I will say, from what I've derived from my various sources across the Pandasia, if you're looking for any sort of information on the void, I hear there's a bit of an intelligentsia in Sunlight.
Really?
Actually. Yes.
Do you know anyone I could contact about that?
Oh, I'm afraid not specific contacts, but it can be anyone from cult leaders to just one person in a market that specializes in bone charms. There is a lot in Sunline, and if it wasn't for my Morlean ties, I would certainly be there.
It seems like the place to be,
It is.
but I'm sure this is more efficient for you.
Yes, very true.
Well, I'd wager that'll be a bit of a wayside point for us as we're traveling. So if you ever find yourself out in Sunlight, let me know.
Of course. Are you going to Sunlight?
Yes. Or travel on your ship, Maxim.
Yes. Oh, that's true. I did just, in fact.
Love
This
you
is why
much.
Vern keeps my schedule. Here, and he hands you a key. I own an apartment in Sunline that I don't ever use.
That's very generous of you, are you sure?
Oh yes, it's quite big. I don't really think anyone else would really want it. So, please, use it. Maybe avoid the wine cellar. It's not the best. Not very well aged. But
I'll make sure not to tell my compatriots it's there.
that would probably be wise.
Yeah. Not much like you to have a wine cellar.
No, it came with the place.
Pity that.
Mm-hmm. I have considered selling it, but who has time for that? I have enforcers to manage.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be out of your hair before you know it, but first, is there any doctor you know of who could treat something like an infection?
Oh,
Bad one.
doctor? Here in Bryanton?
Mm.
Yes, certainly. My personal physician is actually here. Oh,
He would know this off the top of his head. I do not.
Dr. Lazar.
Exists. This man. What do you want? I'll give it to you. Literally anything.
Yes, he might have appointments, though.
Well, is there anyone down in the town that might be helpful?
Well, he's the best to offer. If you're looking for a doctor, he's the best in Bryanton.
Well, we need someone who's got time for us.
Well, hey, you have my signature, right?
Mhm.
Just go to his office and show him that. That should probably get you in.
Then I find the need to thank you again.
Of course. You'll discover that my name does mean a lot here for some reason.
Well, for some reason.
Yes.
It seems like you practically own the place, Kendrick.
Ah! If they were selling it, I would buy it. But unfortunately, they're not. I've tried.
Well, your name's on deed, an old butt name.
Mm.
So the number of enforcers you had out on the dock
Right. Yes.
seems a bit of a sticky situation. That.
Well, it's. Thankfully, we have not had to use lethal force much, as far as I've heard of. But mainly the precaution is just to prevent illegal immigration, which is not the biggest thing I'm the fan of enforcing. But again, Morley ties. I am contracted by the Morleyan government, and I've
You're
remained
doing
true to
your
my
job.
contract.
Sure. Well, I had better go find the rest of my friends.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send word to you once I get word about the situation with your enforcer.
Of course, and I will inform you of any developments with your
With Leo.
Leo. Yes,
Thanks, Maxim.
of course. Do you have a frequency I could hail?
Actually, sure. You already know about Mikhail, of course. He's probably a pretty good way to get information to me, but also,
Yes, but he uses letters. This is the modern era. Come on, use something more modern.
Well, I've got this, and I'm gonna lift up the Hastings device. I'm not sure if you could communicate with this specifically.
Is that a radio?
Sort of. It can work like a radio.
Okay.
I'm not.
What's the frequency?
I'm just gonna like plop it down on his desk.
He literally turns it around and there's just a badge just on the back that says what the frequency is.
Mm-hmm. Very well. I shall call you on this, should the situation ever arise.
Excellent.
And if you ever need to contact me, you know what? It's on the paper I gave you. It's my contact
All right.
information. Yes.
Perfect. Well, if there's anything else I can do for you, then feel free to reach out. Or
Oh,
be
of
happy to be of
course.
service, Maxim.
Of course. Thank you for stopping by, and I look forward to hearing your advice.
Well, I'll see you, and I'll head out.
Good day, Heisel.
And I'll walk back down to join the others. Is Vern there?
Yes, you can see Vern taking some of the used teacups and bringing them back into the kitchen. Oh, yes. Lady Olga, are you finished?
I am. I might need to send word to Maxim later before we head out, but he's allowing us to travel on one of his ships.
Oh, yes. I take it you all... Is this today?
Was it? Out of
Yes,
date?
it was. That's
Oh,
right, yeah.
Okay, I didn't get a time on that. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Well, then I imagine you all will be flying on the Tex caravan.
That's the name he said. Yeah.
That's correct.
When does it depart?
I believe... Oh, give me a moment.
Pulls out that same notebook, flips through it a little bit, looks at a schedule.
Yes, that would be 6 p.m. tonight.
All right.
Got a few hours.
How long do we have?
Till then,
Yeah, until 6 p.m.
it's like 2:15 right now.
In the meanwhile, could we see Dr. Lazar?
Oh, yes.
About the,
Yes, that's right.
And I just stretched John's arm.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Yes, I should be able to transport you all there. I probably can only be with you all for the next hour.
Oh, of course. We might need a little while to rest up before the trip anyway. I need some time to be able to see things.
Mm-hmm. So I could probably drop you all off at Dr. Lazar's office in Bryanton, and from there you could make your way to Airship Dock.
I'd appreciate it. It'd be perfect.
All right. Then off we go.
Oh,
Yes.
you know, I completely slipped my mind. Could you let Mr. Kenner know that there was a guard that was very helpful for us while we were on the docks?
Oh, yes.
Mr. Nigel Swornsby.
Ah, yes, that could be.
Got us in with a charm.
Oh, of course. I will let Mr. Kendrick know.
Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there anything else you all would like while we're here at the Kendrick estate?
Sav raises his hand.
Yes.
Could I have just the smallest shot of Tivian wine?
I rescind my earlier comment.
Can I have that as well, please?
guess.
Once again, I must defer to Lady Augur on this issue.
I rescind my earlier restriction, if that helps.
Fair enough. I will crack open the 1835.
And you all hear him go into the kitchen, hear the wine bottle as he pours it into 2 glasses and comes out, bringing it to you all on a tray. Full glass of Tibian red wine.
Now just be careful with it, alright? And quick, we need to go.
Do I need to make a survival check again?
Yes, you do.
All right. What's the difficulty?
Just a 1.
Can I
It's
help
not very
him
potent.
with that? Like, use an aid action, just kind of caution
Not
him
for
about.
this.
Okay.
This is
Survive.
Just, you can't assist in
Especially-
helping someone not get drunk.
Yeah,
How
that's
How would
fair.
how would I do
It's
this?
very good
Survive
that you
what
have
style?
told them to chug the
Which
wine.
one would you like to use?
Mhm.
I don't
You've
know.
told them to
Could-
It's a
chug
weird thing.
wine.
I don't know. Should I just boldly
Well, I
just
told them to
down
be
the
careful with
glass?
it.
You could boldly down it. Swiftly would also be
Chugging wine isn't something
arguable.
particularly
You could
okay.
definitely do that, I think.
I'm gonna go with
Give him quite that
boldly.
much.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Nope. I failed the check.
We'll give it out of
Both
girls.
checks.
Bit of a
I failed
luck
both
now that
checks.
he's lost
Okay,
his
alright.
Okay, here we go.
You
alcohol
can
affects
survive
you
quickly,
worse,
there,
you
swiftly
have
if you
less
want
of a
to.
body.
Okay, I'll
No.
take
You can
it
just
swiftly.
Get through.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I have failed.
Swiftly survive.
Well, thankfully, this is only so alcoholic.
Yes.
You
Here's
passed?
a 5 and a natural 1.
Okay. Whoa.
Grabs
You know what?
another. Grabs another.
Doesn't matter what you roll, you're still gonna get drunk if you drink 4 glasses
Okay,
of
he
wine.
doesn't drink 4 glasses.
Okay,
Drinks
alright.
enough to be impressive. but
Alright,
not enough to
okay,
be-
alright.
I mean, I might stop Vern if he was going to bring back another one.
Oh no, he was not planning on it. There was one single bottle he was not cracking it up.
How is the wine?
It is amazing. I don't know what the heck. I guess it's just red grapes that they would press for this wine. So I'm no expert in how on earth that would taste, but
Red
it's
grapes and
good.
cocaine.
It's good wine. John is feeling. You're not drunk, but you're quite tipsy.
Yes.
What a day. Thank you, sir.
As I said, when you lose some of your body, there's less of a body for the alcohol to be distributed around. And it makes you
Good
more
boy.
concentrate.
Oh my word.
Well, the things you learn. I've never dealt with
This is
someone
the
losing a part of their
reason.
body before.
Well, hopefully it doesn't happen anymore.
You learn something new every day.
Also, Spencer sent
Maybe.
you a question in the chat.
Yeah.
Maybe you should learn
Turns out
to
you
drink
do.
a little less.
Anyway, we better get heading out. Vern, I appreciate all the help.
Oh, of course. I will say on the port question, I guess you could call it skyports if you want,
Okay.
but it's weird because airships are called airships. So
Okay. I meant like that more is just a cooler name.
yeah, I'll think about that a little bit later. Hmm. All right. So, Vern asks you all, so are you ready to depart?
I think we are.
Excellent. We'll drop you all off at Dr. Lazar's office.
Thank you, Vern.
And you all get into the motorized carriage and head on your way over towards Bryanton. Make a study check, everybody. Difficulty of 2.
Nothing like void lore or intuition.
No, Lord.
Intuition?
I got
Actually,
one
this is
success.
Pure perception.
This is
Okay.
Study, carefully recovered.
1.
2 successes.
No successes.
One success.
Okay. Those of you with 1 successes don't see anything too unusual, but those of you with 2 notice a very, very large plume of smoke coming from the port. It's a little hard. The reason it's so difficult to see is because of the fact that the city is industrialized. So lots of smoke coming up, but it is just this billowing flume of smoke.
Well, I think I'm the only one that saw that.
Oh.
John, how's your arm feeling?
It feels great.
What about the one that's gone?
Hmm?
I'm sure that one doesn't feel as great.
No, it doesn't.
That's what I was asking about.
Oh. Doesn't feel that great, but it doesn't feel that bad either.
Why would I be asking about your normal arm?
I don't know. Why would you?
In any case, it's best that you get to the doctor as soon as possible. We'll hope he's able to do wonders with that.
Bit of a dire predicament.
This is also why you should keep medicine on any boat.
Well, I'm sure.
I wonder if there's going to be medicine on the airship in case we need it.
I'm sure. I mean, a ship full of enforcers. Got to know there could be trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Kenrick's a smart man. He'd probably account for that.
Mm-hmm. He's a nice guy.
You're just saying that because you drunk his wine.
Exactly.
You haven't precisely met him.
You're not wrong, though.
Mm-hmm.
As you all make your way into Bryampton, as you go in, you would see people just on the road, just looking straight at the harbor and talking to each other. It almost seems like everything in Bryampton has come to a standstill. And Vern turns to you all and says, "That's odd."
Do you know what's happening over there?
No, I don't, but I imagine there's something to do with... That's an explosion.
Oh.
Something happened in the port.
We'd probably better go check out what it is. Make sure everyone's alright.
Or perhaps keep you all away from it.
Let's keep going to the doctor. This hurts.
If you want. Hi, so I can jump out and see what's going on.
I'd appreciate it, so
Okay.
just make sure there's no one that
I
hurt
like
too badly.
Go to open the door while the carriage is moving.
Wait. If you want to perform a move check to skillfully jump out.
Here we go.
Just need
Acrobatics?
Yeah, difficulty of 1. This is pretty easy stuff. You're only traveling at like 20 miles an hour now. That he's kind of going a little slow.
You should be fine. This is a good
Move. He gets them both.
Okay, this is a momentum check, so you add that to your momentum pool.
Okay.
Your
Yeah.
momentum pool.
Ooh.
There you go.
Personalized moment.
So, describe this however you want to do it.
Alright, so it's good. Wait! Jumps out. Does the roll. And then is up and just
Heisel
Yep.
will yell out
Runs
the
off.
window, see you at the Take-X caravan at 6, alright?
take its caravan.
Was that also at the same harbor?
It is.
Probably.
Well, it's
That's
Well,
a
the
different.
airship part of it.
The airship part is a bit more towards the east, but
hopefully
it's
without the
rather
proximity.
close.
Hopefully it wasn't affected by this.
Right, that looks to be right where you all came from, refugee area.
Outsider's eyes.
Wait. You don't think they could have found Demas and confronted him?
No, I don't think it would be that exactly. He seems like the sort of person who would have had the discretion to be able to get out undetected.
Don't know.
But there could have been an accident with the cargo.
Well,
we detected him.
excuse me, you all, but this is extremely important. I need to head to the port and see what's going on. I cannot
course.
carry you any further, but if you all wish to go to the port, I can take you there.
Is the doctor near to the port?
No, he's a bit closer to here. Just right now, 3 blocks to the south.
All
We'll
right.
need you. We'll go there first, alright?
All right.
If Maxim needs my help with anything, if this brings up any new difficulties, tell him to let me know.
Of course, yes.
Everyone's right.
Did you give him his? That radio you have? Did you give him your frequency?
Okay, his.
Levi, remind me. It's not called a frequency if you're calling a specific radio. There's like a. Is it a call number? Radio. I don't know. I'll research
know.
that later.
But whatever it is.
Well, best of luck getting to
No,
the
first
doctor.
go on.
You can't miss him. All right, and he'll stop the motorized carriage for you.
All right. I get out and start heading over.
It's a pretty short walk. On your way over there, you can see some people running towards the port, other people just standing by and just talking. Like, what do you think it is? I've never seen anything like that. That's too much smoke. By the time you get to the doctor's office, you would see a bunch of people from that building rush out and run towards the smoke, one of which looks to be a doctor in a lab coat. Pharmacist's coat, I guess that would be. And you can just see him running towards the smoke.
So I run towards him screaming, help, my arm is injured.
Right. Mr. Hippocratic Oath turns right towards you. What seems to be your problem? Oh, you lost an arm. Okay, let's...
The problem is it's sort of getting infected. It's been
Wait,
a
were
few
you
days
there?
since... Oh,
Were-
yeah, no, we all climbed it together.
Yeah.
Oh, we did?
Uh,
I think we're all here except
Except for
Sebastian.
Sab.
First of all, can you tell me what just happened over there?
I don't know. There appears to have been some kind of fire or something coming from the port.
Okay.
This is a different thing, and we get that that's urgent. If you could just
Fire.
take just a minute to look at it.
Were you there? Is this an injury? No, this is healed. Huh.
No,
Well,
he's
it's
been,
not
Take a
exactly-
bandage job.
he's been infected for several days.
Infected. Sorry, mister. I need to do triage. There are more important things out there. Sorry.
It's
and he
fine.
just rushes on over towards the bomb. Or towards
Well,
We should have done this
Let's-
before we went to...
Let's go see if there's anyone left in there or anything.
anyone, preferably.
If
Or
not, we can
anything.
make do.
If there's equipment there, we could potentially use it. I mean, the reason that it didn't work last time was because they didn't have proper medical equipment. I would assume.
Is
As long
that
as we
the truth?
repair them. But there wasn't anything to help with stopping infection on the ship.
So you think you can help if you have the right materials?
I'm not sure, but it's better than nothing.
Fine.
So you all find the doctor's office. It's a lot different than ours from today, and probably the strangest thing is that the I guess it would be the operating room is actually at the front. It's a ground floor office, and there's a window, almost like you'd see at any convenience store, that looks directly into the operating room.
As you do.
So, and it has something kind of similar to a dentist's chair a little bit, and plenty of surgical utensils in there. If you all walk in, there is nobody there, not even a receptionist.
I'll look around for anything that would help with the infection, like any... I don't suppose there are antibiotics yet?
There are.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'd be looking for stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Bottled in an 1800s fashion.
Mm.
Probably. Can you encapsulate antibiotics in a liquid form? I don't know. But you do. There's plenty of what you're looking for. This is, as Mr. Kenrick did say to Heisel, this is probably the best doctor in Bryanton. You've got anything you could
Mm.
possibly use.
Be a bit conservative if you can. I'm sure they're gonna need a lot for dealing with whatever happened down there.
Yeah,
Certainly.
absolutely.
Hopefully they'll prevent more infection than having to treat it later. But so I'm gonna take what I need and try to do what I can to help
All
with the
right.
infection.
Perform a surgery check. Difficulty of 3.
Oh dear.
Actually, scratch that. 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can Sab help you? Like he tried to
He's
last
not
time.
here.
He's not here.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
you're heading towards
that'd be
the smoke.
great.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry that Vern dropped you off, or you got out before Vern said, "I'm going there." But we'll deal with you in just a bit.
I don't suppose I'd be able to grab him and minute him. Thank you.
Perhaps we could take what we need and go find Sab before we do this. Get him to help.
We may as well just do it right now.
I mean, you'll learn be able to do something like this.
Yeah. So
The dice are rolled.
at this point, he's gonna be like, "Oh yes, it seems with all of these supplies, should be not too bad." So that's 4 successes because this one's a critical success,
Okay.
and these 2 are regular successes.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right.
I'm assuming that's a tinker check, right?
Yes, it is. Strangely enough, a tinker check with a surgery focus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and put 2 momentum back. Go ahead and give 1 back to Sab though. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. you're
All right. I am certainly no expert in medical procedures, but what you just did certainly did the trick. So congratulations, your infection is cured.
Ah! That burned.
You still do not have a right arm.
Yeah, it's not
No medical
thrown
check
there.
can
4
perfect.
successes is not going to do that.
Yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
5.
Oh.
Maybe 5.
What if I just like, whoop, there's a new arm. Oops.
Magician
Do you think
surgeon.
he did the? Do you think he did the trick, Emil?
Yes.
Then we better get going, all right?
Yeah,
I
we
want to make
better-
sure.
We better leave before they catch us.
Well, that's not the problem. The problem is I want to make sure everything's all right down at the docks. That was
Yeah,
probably
right.
the cargo.
Yeah, that too.
One slip up with that sort of
would
thing, and it
cause a
could
big
be.
enough explosion to be seen that far away, wouldn't it?
I wonder if Demas got out.
Well,
Is a
transporting
question.
whale oil is dangerous for reasons like this. I'm sure the crew knew it, but it's still
The crew.
a shame.
Wasn't there that nice sailor that you were friends with? And
Oh,
The
he's not
captain?
here.
He's
Oh,
talking.
he's- yeah.
You start
Fine.
talking, but
Yes.
then your drunkenness reminds you.
Yeah.
Your drunken mind
he
reminds
sees,
you.
he sees
Sab
Sab.
is not
He sees
here.
Sab right there.
You stop talking to the coat
And
hanger.
Sab is not answering him.
Come on, let's just get going, all right?
Alright, come on, Sab.
You know he's not. Whatever. And she's gonna head out.
Let's never let him around alcohol again.
Agreed. So we're heading to the
Can't
docks.
take his liquor.
Yeah. Zab's gonna be the first one to
Really
get there.
can't.
Oh, for sure.
Which, as you approach the main gate, you can actually see that it does have a small portcullis. It's not like a full-on like medieval style, but at night they do close the gate, and there should be. It's like 10 feet tall, and you can see just one guard standing by it now, with a shotgun, just totally shouldering it. On the outside of the wall from your perspective, so
Right.
side of the port side.
I go to him. Hey, did you know what happened? We saw the smoke.
Yeah, the ship over there just exploded. I've never seen anything that big before.
Was there anyone on the ship still?
Yeah, they were loading and unloading. It's the,
I have some.
don't know which one it was though. I'm no expert on the ships.
Was it? I heard there was a vessel called the Naples Cruel. Did you know that?
I don't know.
Uh,
I don't know which ship it was.
He starts patting himself. I don't seem to have my papers on me. Is it okay if I go and help? I know some surgical procedures that might help.
You're a doctor?
Not a doctor, but I know I've had a few scrapes.
Good enough for me.
He pulls a lever and the portcullis opens just a little bit, like 2 feet.
All right,
Enough to slide
I
in.
want to be able to get in.
There are. You don't need to roll. You can get in, but there are people trying to get through the gate that he's actively pushing away. Like, no,
Stay in. This port's on lockdown.
Sab moves and does a slight, just pushing his
yeah,
way
you don't have to
through,
push them feet
and he's
by.
doing a slight, just get out of my way, and I'm gonna hurt you. No, he doesn't do that. He just goes through.
But you do fit in, and he lowers the gate once again.
All right. I say, everyone get out of my way.
Most of the people are just terrified. You can hear a lot of screaming, some crying. But you manage to actually get out of the group. And you can see as you part through the crowd, and it is the Maypole's Cruel that did explode. There's not much left of it. Most of it is probably sinking. Roll a ship's check.
Well, you're not allowed back on the ship. Shouldn't
Joke's on you.
actually
I got
be an
one
issue.
success.
I don't want back on that one.
One success.
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure we'd be
It
allowed
looks
back on
like
it at this point, but there's not much to be
It
let back
definitely
on.
was an explosion in the hold. It was definitely the whale oil that exploded.
Mark of the outsider. I run off towards. I run towards the place, basically looking for people, specifically Demas, and also people I know the names of.
Roll a study check. Perception. Partial successes.
Demas either already got out or is like there.
Probably.
No,
I can do
I really
swiftly
hope it wasn't
or quickly,
him that
or
did
quietly.
that.
I mean,
What's that?
Probably would be
we
cleverly. and
might
stuff like
find out.
Cleverly, yeah.
that. Okay.
Was it Emil?
I mean, Emil
I got
wasn't
2
anywhere near
successes.
there at the time, so.
That doesn't strike me as being.
How many
Oh.
successes? 2?
Well,
Okay.
whatever the cause was, we might find out. We either will or we won't.
So,
suspicious.
You do see one familiar face you can actually see. You can see the constable that Captain Evander was talking to, soot covering his face. He seems like he's fine, but he's directing private enforcers to basically secure the perimeter. You can also see what looks to be a doctor. Just she's wearing a white apron that's just completely covered in blood, tending to. Actually, the mechanic, the real burly guy in a tank top, and you can just see her tending to his wounds. He's missing a right foot, but it looks like he's gotten out generally unscathed, save for that. She's tending to his wounds.
I go over to I head over to her.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, I know some medical skills. Is there any way that I could help out?
Oh, please do. This man is stable. I'm going to move on to some of the refugees.
All right.
You can do this, right? You're trained.
I have experience.
Okay. He's stable. You
Partial
should be fine.
experience.
All right.
And you see her move off towards some of the refugees, which you can also see that some of the casualties were them as well.
So is she telling me to
It's-
stay with the guy or to like?
Stay with them, yeah. Explosions are indiscriminate, and there was a lot of different kinds of refugees there, young and old, men and women. And so she is busy with them. You can see some other people performing first aid and caring for the wounded.
All right. So I go talk to burly dude.
Mm-hmm.
What's your name? Hi. Keep with me. It's fine. What's your
What?
name?
Huh?
What's your name?
What? I can't hear.
What's your name?
Ringing. I can't. It's just.
I put like hands on shirt. Hands on shirt.
You can see the constable in the Morlean uniform kneels down right next to you.
What's going on here? This person was on the crew, right?
Yes. He was. I would know he's the engineer, right?
Yeah.
He was the engineer.
I don't think you ever heard his name because those of you that stole
Yeah.
the whiskey heard his name. But yes. Constable's just like, just wait a minute. He's kind of in shock, so let him be for just a moment. Probably massive explosion. Kind of still hearing it myself. You a doctor?
I have some training. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Is there a place
Sir.
you would like to send me?
No, I just make sure this man's okay. I'm fine. I'm okay. Sorry, ringing's gone. I'm good. Whale oil went up. That wasn't supposed to happen. Whale oil? That was the kind of thing that exploded? That's what's going on? Yeah, we were. Doesn't matter now. We were smuggling it. It went off. We had it secure. It was safe. It wasn't going to go up. All right then. Well, is there anything you can tell us about? Could someone have done this? Could this have been like a bomb or something? Could be. Could be.
And you just see this guy pass out in front of you. About this time, the rest of you all would make it there. Portcullis is closed. The situation's just in chaos.
Does the guy that passed out? Does he seem okay? Like normal?
He's okay.
Normal
He's
pass out,
unconscious, but he
basically.
should be fine.
Okay.
His foot is bandaged. Bleeding is temporarily stopped.
Emil, can you go in there and see who can help?
Of course I will.
I'm gonna go in there and check and see what's going on.
I'm gonna go
I
and
need
look,
to go
try to
check on
find
the
like
ship.
the worst and try to like.
You're
We're gonna go
the
talk
gate
to
is
the-
closed
We're gonna talk to
temporarily.
I'm gonna go talk to the
closed.
guy who's watching it.
Okay. So first of all, you all have to get in.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
Can you-
I wanna talk to the guy at the gate.
just about the time that you all get there, you can actually see. Actually, no, you wouldn't see him. But there is that same person that Sebastian saw earlier at the gate, just standing there with a shotgun. You can help. I'll let you in. If you can't, no, get out. Just get away from here.
I'm important. He. These two are very, very good medical practitioners, and I'm kind of.
My friend here will be able to help.
Yes, I can also
Yes.
help.
You're a doctor?
I am. He's
Okay.
not.
Okay,
Yes, I
just
am.
let the doctor in. We don't need any more people. There's too many people in here.
I can help. I'm good at coordinating. I can help get people.
We
out of
got
there.
enough coordination. We have 50 private enforcers dealing with that.
John, let's just wait for things to simmer down a little first, alright? Emil, go see who you can help.
All right, I'm gonna open the gate. You better be trained.
course I am.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I aid in
Yes,
that?
you can.
I can aid in that.
Yeah. So I'll limit it just to 1. So difficulty is just gonna be a 1. It's a tough situation.
Go ahead and help.
Yes, I will help.
So I get 3 dice.
No, you get 2 and he gets 1. He makes his own separate check.
What?
And if it's a
Oh no,
success,
just
adds
Emil's
to
making
the-
a check. He's not
When-
gonna let John in.
When the assisting factor comes in, the assistant makes a roll with their own
Yeah.
scores.
Oh.
Yeah,
For real.
And a
Thanks.
success from
Yeah.
that would go into...
yeah, because I have talk 7 and persuade 4.
Which, yeah,
Holy moly.
Yeah.
That's better. So I guess, could I count this as talk cleverly?
Yeah.
And
So
can
do
I
I
add anything to
Um,
that? Or would it just be
Add
persuade?
surgery to this. You can throw in some medical jargon to convince them.
Okay.
Say the word triage and like,
Okay.
that's a medical
Ooh,
word.
that
I'm so annoyed. So the DC was 14.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 15s.
this is a critical
Oh.
success.
Oh.
I got a 2, but my persuade is 4.
Okay.
So
Alright. Yeah. All right, get in here. Opens the gate just slightly for you to crawl under.
I'm gonna go in then, and I'm gonna look. I'm just gonna start helping, I guess, go around, look at all the people who are injured, specifically try to figure out who they were.
Mm-hmm.
Try to help the most injured.
Seems like the only people that are injured are refugees and civilians. Maybe 1 or 2 private enforcers. You do see the people in there. You can see Verzi the mechanic on the ground unconscious with Sebastian over his body. But it seems most of the people that are injured or dying or dead around that are being tended to are civilians. You pick someone immediately. It's actually a little girl. One has taken some shrapnel in the chest. I'd like for you to perform a surgery check, difficulty of 2.
We'll use my momentum for this.
Okay.
Oof.
Partial successes.
You could use your void point.
I'm gonna use a void point.
Mm-hmm.
So you can
You can
reroll.
reroll any number.
How bad what? Oh,
ooh, that's a 20.
that's
Oh.
3 failures and one of them would have been a complication.
Yeah, I'm just fresh start on that one. A much better fresh start. So that's 4 successes because one of them's a critical success.
Mm-hmm. 4. 2 momentum that you get. You operate very, very quickly. You know exactly what to do, and you probably just saved this girl's life. And you move on to the next one. For the sake of the fact that this is probably going to be something that lasts several hours, it would be a very gruesome situation, which I would prefer to spare the details of. Is there anything specific you all would like to do other than tending to wounds?
Sab is kind of scanning location for Demas, basically, and trying to, like,
Make a study check.
What?
study cleverly, I guess?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It was just
Ooh.
my night. Okay.
Excellent.
2 successes, 1 critical success.
Okay.
So that's 3 total.
So,
You open an eye out for Demas, and you're looking across thousands of people, just all in terror. And then you just see one looking calmly in confusion directly at you. He just says, well, he doesn't say anything. You just see him raise his hands.
I lock on him. Do I know who he is? Or
It's Demas. You can see him in the crowd. He's a bit wet.
I keep him in my
He
gaze.
turns away and starts running.
I go after him. I try and do it subtly.
Okay. Oh, okay. So make a sneak check first.
Okay.
You got an option. You can roll one check as a difficulty of 3 to sneaks to move. I can't tell you to move swiftly and quietly. Yeah. This is just going to be 2 checks then. So make a check to move quietly. You're going to make another check to actually catch up with him.
Okay. Move quietly. Is 11. So. 1 success.
1 success. So that will be enough to not draw any too much attention.
Mhm.
I'm going to need to make you have you make a swiftly check now.
Okay.
Partial successes.
And 11 again. And 2 successes.
Okay. So you're pretty smart about this. While you're in kind of the area towards the blast is a lot less populated. It's pretty much only enforcers, wounded, and people tending to the wounded that are present there. Once you get to the group, you really start to pick up, and you are just weaving through this entire crowd. When you come out on the end of it, you would see Demas talking to a private enforcer. And he's just gonna say, they did it, him! That's the one!
I stop. Look at.
Private enforcer raises a shotgun. Get down on the ground!
So they're targeting Sebastian?
Or it's not a target. They're not shooting you. Get down on the ground! Fires.
I,
No, I mean
That'll
like
make him go down.
they're referring to Sebastian.
They're referring to Sebastian. You can see as he says
I get
this,
down
that
on my
much-
knees with my hands. Do that. I'd like put them behind my head and call it. Well, I do what you said. This. I get on my
Okay, you do that. And then you actually see something interesting. The private enforcer takes the butt of his shotgun and just wails directly on Demas. Demas is knocked out, unconscious,
Stone?
and the private enforcer handcuffs him. And he then approaches you as he flags down another private enforcer to go towards Demas.
Not how I expected.
I'm placing you under custody with the authority of the Kenrick Private Enforcer Organization.
Thank you, sir. May I also? There was a man who saw me enter here, and if I was not in the vicinity, I don't believe I would have been able to cause the explosion. He is by the gate. I told him specifically that I was
We'll
coming
let the
in.
officials deal with that later. There are no Miranda rights in Morley, so I'm not going to tell you anything you say will be used against you. But
It might be a little quicker with all the confusion as of right now. I look towards the explosion and all that.
we're dealing with this later. Let the investigator sort it out. You can see as a couple more enforcers just swarm towards this location and start talking with this guy. Make a study check.
Study cleverly.
There's a lot going on, a lot of noise, so it's a little hard to hear
2
this guy.
successes.
Okay, so you can hear the enforcer that arrested both of you. Good thing he decided to take 2 handcuffs today. Tell his friends, that one's a pirate. He just confessed to me. Said there was whale oil they were smuggling on that ship. And that one was one of the passengers. Real shady type, apparently. There's 3 others of them. Don't know what they look like, but other passengers that probably set off the bomb. and you just see a couple of the men just nod and head on off. That enforcer is standing right by you all, or by the two arrested folks. There's probably two. They need to make sure and guard you both adequately, despite the fact that one of you is unconscious. Everybody else, that's not Sebastian. I'd like you to make a stealth check.
Stealth check? Wait. They're recognizing us?
You know what? This is probably a.
Do we know what's going on?
No, this would be kind of be a passive stealth check. It's going to be. Actually, that's a good point. These people need to make the check, not you guys. Sorry, I'm just kind of used to the Dishonored system of like every check is something happening to you, and I don't typically roll checks for the NPCs themselves. Okay. I want everybody to pick a number, it's not sad, between 1 and 4. Levi?
3.
4.
1.
You just said 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Amidst all this chaos, you would see someone with a pistol. Actually, it would be the last thing you see. You're moving throughout this crowd, and make a survive roll.
Oh crap.
Am I seeing any of this since I was with John?
A survive.
We'll see how this plays out first.
Sure.
You see
You
John
will see it.
crumple to the ground.
I better not get hit again.
I'm not
I'm
doing
going
anything.
to survive. What would I
Decent
use
fun
for
to do
this?
This
No.
is probably a boldly.
Okay, survive boldly.
Or
I actually
swift.
have no clue what's going on.
Survive boldly. One
To be
success.
clear,
I swear, if this boat thing was you, we're gonna have a problem.
What was the number of your success?
I have no idea how
5.
any of this is
You know?
happening.
Okay.
You don't know how the explosion happened?
Well, the whale oil, but
So all of you with John would see someone just rush him. Someone with a
So-
pistol. Someone very finely dressed. Along with 3 other private enforcers. And you would
What?
see as Vern hits John directly across the face with a pistol whip. That will be 1 point of stress.
Okay.
so only Heisel would have really seen this happening. No
Oh
one
no,
saw.
no, you saw it as well. Or anyone with John.
No, because he's on the
I wasn't
inside.
with John.
Oh, that's right. Make a study check.
2 14s, so no.
Okay.
Hey, wait, what are you doing?
I'm afraid I am placing you in custody.
What?
The Carrick private enforcers. You are currently being investigated for this explosion.
For the you
Please
know where we were.
cooperate. If you have not any guilt, then please just cooperate.
I mean, of course, but you know we weren't there. How could we have done this?
There's a bomb. Please turn around, or I will force you to turn around. Place your hands behind your back. Make a talk check.
Am I conscious?
Yeah, you're conscious. You just took 1 point of stress.
Hit the guy with one arm.
Persuade?
Yes, persuade.
2 successes.
Will you cooperate?
Of course I will.
You are currently under investigation.
Well, whatever needs to be done, I suppose.
I
But
apologize with the hit. I thought you were running away. Sorry.
we're just trying to figure out what's going on and how we can help.
Okay.
We had no idea it was a bomb.
It was on your ship. And there was only one survivor.
They were smuggling whale oil. Is it possible something just happened with that? A mishandling or something?
We'll deal with this more later, I suppose. But
Do what you need to do, of course.
yes. From what we hear, the whale oil was well taken care of. You are some of the only survivors of that explosion, other than one single crew member.
many deaths.
Yes. 8 refugees were also killed. As far now, that count could possibly increase. But regardless of what your intentions were and where you were, we need to sort this out.
Of
It will
course.
take however long it takes.
We'll be as helpful as we can with that.
Yeah.
But don't worry,
Oh.
I'm sure Mr. Kenrick will afford you decent legal counsel. But I trust Lady Olga, but I'm going to need you to turn around, please.
So I turn around.
Oh, wait it. Ow. You see him pull out a set of
His hands
handcuffs
together
and attach
with
it
his-
around your ankles.
That's fair.
Why my ankles? So I can
Your
run?
hand in your other hand
I know,
wouldn't
but
work.
why?
Hey,
Is
have
he
you
doing
seen
your
our other
ankles,
friends?
huh?
What else would
we
he
have been
attach it
looking for
to?
them.
Does he need to do it?
Your
Listen,
younger
Yeah.
it's
friend
better
has
than
been
hand to
apprehended.
ankle. That was my go-to.
That would have been really annoying.
Yeah.
Where would
You have one
like us to go
hand
for
and it's
this?
currently strapped to your
I
ankle.
guess.
Well, once this situation calms down, which should be approaching soon, we should be able to. You see Vern just gesture towards Private Enforcer, just mutter something very quietly. Go ahead and make a study check to hear it.
2 successes.
You hear 3 words. Open the gates. And you just see as that enforcer nods and heads over towards the gate. And it's very quickly after that that you see it open and enforcers guiding refugees back into the city.
Good.
You there! Says an enforcer to Emil. Put your hands in the air!
I'm helping the injured. Just wait.
We know that, but you're under investigation.
I'm not under investigation for helping the injured, am I?
You're under investigation for injuring the injured. Now put your hands up!
Arrest me after I'm finished.
Don't have
Watch
time
me
for
until
this.
then.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and roll a survive roll.
1 success.
What was the number on it?
5.
All right. This enforcer charges you with his shotgun. Thankfully, not shooting it, because you are tending to a wounded person right now, and this person is smart enough to not use a shotgun when an innocent's life is in danger. But I'm sorry, John. I had to. But
Roasted.
you do take 1 point of bludgeoning damage as he charges you with a shotgun. Just come quietly.
Do you mind if I finish tending to this person first? Under watch is fine. You can arrest me afterwards.
All right. It's a good thing I got priorities here. You do what you need to do.
Thank you.
All right. And as you've moved on, because of triage, most of the serious cases have been tended to already. So this is probably just a minor shrapnel wound, perhaps. Something pretty easy to tend to. So I won't even make you check for it.
What time is it?
It is
Why do you keep asking?
around 2:35.
We are going to miss our ride, aren't we?
Well, the ride's been delayed.
That's also true.
I mean, I bet
Port's locked down.
at this particular moment they're not like, yeah, we're allowing free passage in and out of our great city. Because why not?
So,
Well, John is tipsy right now, so
Where
he's
is
not
he?
thinking that far ahead.
where do we all end up?
That's a
So-
great question.
Once this whole situation is taken care of, as in wounded are hauled off to doctors' offices or hospitals, you all are guided, not certainly no ride in a motorized carriage,
but you all are just basically pushed along very slowly towards constabulary, which is a police office. And you are going to prison, which I was not prepared for at the beginning of the session.
Oh my god.
So this isn't a you thing. This is something you planned.
I cannot say anything as to that regard.
I definitely blame Emil for this. Heisel has no idea. But
As long
definitely
as
feel like
Heisel
it's your
doesn't
fault.
blame Emil, she has no reason to.
No, she doesn't.
No.
I'm very concerned about the conversation you guys had at the beginning of this session.
Don't be concerned. Mention of a bomb? No big deal.
John has no idea how to work explosives, so.
So, if you guys would say anything on this entire walk towards the constabulary and the prison, you would not get any response from the guards with you. You were also being guided by the constable who was present at the scene, soot all over his face. His hat is gone. But I'm not exactly going to go through the rigmarole of entrance into prison, but in the end of it, you all would be put in. They have 4 cells there. They're not really used to crime that often. So, in those cells,
What about the Demas?
good question. That's what I'm thinking about right now.
Someone having to
Demas
double
is
up.
with you all, being guided. And he is actually put in the same cell as you, John.
Oh dear.
That's an interesting pairing.
Not my choice. They don't know really what's going on.
That's fair.
So, Heisel, you were in a cell on your own. Sab and Emil are in a cell, and John and Demas are in a cell together. Demas is unconscious.
If he made it off, then it wasn't him.
I don't like this. That guy is big, and I have one arm.
Demas is actually just kind of moderately sized. He's not the bird.
So is
He's-
John.
And so the cells.
And he's bigger than my body mass now that
John, we're in the
chunk of
middle
my
of a
body mass is
constabulary.
gone.
No one's going to attack you here. What? What
He's
did
a
you
pirate.
find?
There is an enforcer in between the cells right now.
Sab, Emil?
I found myself arrested while I was tending to the injured.
But do you know what happened? They said something about a bomb.
I have no idea.
A bomb? Are we sure that what's his name here didn't try to set the
He
thing
doesn't
off?
look dead to you.
I don't know. Maybe he did it from a distance. I don't know.
He's the only one that had any
All he had was a pistol.
notion of
Make a
blowing
study
up the
check.
boat.
Any of you that are interested in finding out whether Demas did this.
That's 2
Really?
successes.
Nothing.
That
That
is a
one
reroll,
success.
and I think a success. Okay, yeah, 2 successes.
I will say 2 successes is probably what you'd really need to figure this out. Unless Demas built a bomb, there is no possible way for him to have done this. Especially since you all have seen the size of that explosion. The ship is just, it's not even split into. The entire center section is just gone. It was just vaporized almost. The explosive force was just massive. There's not any soot on his face whatsoever. He had to have been
Was he
extremely
wet?
far
And he
away.
was wet.
He was a little bit wet.
Could he have gotten cleaned off?
I'm sorry. I really need to. I need to take a mulligan on that one. He is completely dry. Even when you first saw him, Sab, not wet whatsoever.
It's strange. There's no way this could have been an accident of any kind.
I
It
mean,
was
could it have
done,
been?
For some time, yet any amount of time he would have needed to set something up.
Could he have set some kind of like string and set the gun up, propped it up against the barrels, and like set the bomb off from a distance?
It sounds incredibly complex for something that you don't need to be that
Sab
complex.
coughs. Sorry, coughing. Damn self. Don't worry about me. Yeah, just
Are you
need to
sick?
keep. Not sick. Just I just need some peace and quiet. I'm tired. I go to
Sick
the
of
point.
us talking.
I'm sick.
Just about this time, you would see another enforcer enter the room with a man on crutches with no left foot. You see Verzi, the mechanic, fully conscious, look around at you all.
I'd like to be in the cell with her.
The right choice.
Sorry, friend.
Are you having to get put in a cell too?
I'm under investigation. And he opens the door with Sab and Emil and gestures for him to go in as the enforcer closes the door and locks it.
This
He's
isn't
very
right.
good.
He's an injured man. You can't do that to him.
Well, he is under investigation, so he's fine.
Do you know how are you all planning on sorting things out? Are you gonna have to?
We'll be taking statements later tonight. There will probably be a trial within the next week.
All right, that's fine.
Sab does a look for like where the keys were, just kind of general knowledge
Yeah.
of the prison as he was
There's a
entering.
key ring on the guard's belt. Is where they don't hang it up on any specific location. It's just on him at all times. And he's kind of making sure to stay away from the prison bars. So, do any of you want to try to escape? There's going to be a guard present at the jail at all times. But this one that just locked you all up and just locked up Verzi, the mechanic, did indeed walk away.
I would like to ask Verzi if he saw anything that was going on, if he has any idea what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible it was an accident with the whale oil?
No. I'll have plenty to say later.
I suppose you were the only person on the ship when it happened.
That's right.
Came out.
Excuse me, as he says to the guard. I really hope you guard me pretty well, because I have a strong feeling that these people will want me dead.
Why would we want you dead?
Considering I saw you stealing ammunition.
You what?
What?
I saw your friend stealing ammunition on the ship.
I never did
Insight.
any such thing.
I would like to roll insight on both of them.
Can
Sab
I
would
roll?
also
Both of
like
them?
Do I have to
insight.
roll deception?
You, so don't tell the table what you're rolling. If you are telling the truth, add your persuasion skill. If you are lying, add your deception skill. Don't
Yeah.
tell anyone what you're adding.
Oh, I thought it was the same no matter whether I was telling the truth or not.
Well, it is,
Because like I thought deception was like if someone's checking for you for deception, you roll deception
Right.
whether you tell the truth.
I
or
thought
not.
about that, but then I realized, well, if you're trying to persuade someone, I'm not going to ask you to add deception to that.
Oh, okay.
So
well,
again, no one's going to know which modifier you're adding unless you say, "Ha, I get +3 for deception, hooray!"
Oh,
So just
well,
don't say that.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So just roll something. Tell me what number you get, and then we'll deal with that.
One success.
No successes.
That's 2 successes.
Seems like they're both telling the truth.
Can you just slow down and tell me what happened a little more specifically?
I mean, I don't know what else there is to say. I saw your friend here stealing ammunition.
What kind of ammunition? He doesn't even have a gun.
That's my question. Pistol shots mainly. Some shotgun shells, I think.
When was this exactly?
This was yesterday. I'll have plenty to say once we get interrogated, that's for sure.
I mean, of course, if you think you know anything.
I know this.
At this point, you may be the most helpful witness.
Or the most dishonest one.
Oh yeah, really. The crew member.
I doubt there's many who could be more dishonest.
Well, I'm sure including the bit about how you killed our captain will serve nicely to defend your case.
I was trying to protect him.
Mm-hmm. Make a deception check. This one, I will say deception because all of these people know you're lying on that.
Yes. Alright. Let's see. What's the difficulty?
This is a contest, so there's no
Contest.
difficulty.
Okay. That is 2 success.
What are the numbers?
3 and 9.
I
And
beat you on one of them.
One of them's a critical success.
Ah,
Which
okay,
one?
there we go. Oh, you did it in an idiotic way, at least. Again, won't help your case.
I never said I was smart, but I never said I was dishonest.
Then what were you stealing the ammunition for?
I wasn't.
Okay, lock it up. Just shut up.
Says the guard, as he bangs a baton on the jail cells, or on the prison bars.
Sebastian, you didn't see anything about this, did you?
See anything?
Anything on the ship? Anything like this?
Oh,
Nothing
sorry.
from
accent.
them.
No. Nothing.
It's absurd. I tell you, it's not
You had
true.
nothing to do with this, did you?
No, I didn't. I wouldn't want to do that, and I wouldn't want to risk killing Demas.
Demas isn't so much the concern as the random people in the docks.
You wanted Demas dead, didn't you?
Anyway, I'm
Regardless,
gonna go
that's
take
the
a nap
messiest
now.
way anyone could possibly have done it. You saw how much chaos and damage that did.
There could have been any number of people who
So
wanted
many
to
better
get rid
ways
of
to do
that
it.
ship. Pirates, cults.
And all of them but the 6 of us died on that explosion. It doesn't make sense.
We know where we were during the explosion. We know where the mechanic was during the explosion. He was caught in it. He doesn't seem a likely candidate. There's still the possibility that Demas set something up. He was there the entire time.
Is there anything, I would like to make another intuition check in Emil's demeanor that would give away guilt.
Alright, Emil, make a persuasion or deception check.
2 successes. Oh, losing momentum, are we?
Let's see. What would that be? Talk. Could I use carefully or cleverly in this?
I will say cleverly.
Okay, so that's 3 successes.
Okay.
So do I get the momentum back?
Yes,
Or-
you do.
okay.
Actually,
Or because it's a contest, is it just gone?
Do you recall what numbers you rolled on that check?
Yeah. 10, 10, and I think the other one was like a 6.
Okay, so all those pass anyways. Okay. Alright. Yeah, you can add that momentum back.
Okay.
It's about this time. Sab, did you want to do anything in particular right now, other than sleep?
Good question, chat. Probably nothing.
Okay. Awesome. I just won an auction on some new microphones for everybody.
Woo! Yay.
Wait, for everybody?
Technically, I just bought 2 extra microphones. So what we're gonna do is that one's gonna be right here, one there, one there.
Heck
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Ideally,
Oh.
I will have one for everyone. But
Heck yeah.
I have a microphone.
oh, you
It's
do?
not a great one, but yes.
Okay.
I don't have a microphone.
Well, we can figure that out.
Cool.
Yes. All right. What do we
That
do?
sounds exciting. That way I can lean in and actually get Emil's like very quiet voice on microphone.
Yes, it's been a bit difficult. I'm worried that this is you guys.
I'm worried this is Emil.
Okay, so what's funny is that out of game, I can't add anything because I don't have deception or persuasion, so like the numbers would have been the same whether he was lying or not.
It's just gonna be very difficult to keep the party together if this was you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be.
You have no indication that it was, though.
I guess we'll see what the investigation
fact,
turns up.
It seems like he's not guilty. I'm sure.
Does that make sense, Jacob?
Okay, yeah.
And as much as John likes to lie, he would not be lying this successfully if it was him.
Also, we
I'm worried
got
that
void
Emil was the
points
brains
at
of the
beginning of
operation
this,
and
right?
John was the brawn.
That is correct. Everybody gets void points at
The
beginning.
brawn, I have one arm.
Uh-huh.
All right, I do think we are going to take a brief break right now. I will have something planned for you guys once we come back, but we'll be taking a little break right now.
I hate to
Mike's off?
mention it,
Mike's off. Yeah.
but
Guys, if this was you, we may actually have some very serious problems keeping the party together. Like,
You
just
have no indication that it
You
was.
don't know.
I don't. But
At
if
this
that
point, the
investigation
investigation hasn't
turns that
happened.
up,
But we'll see.
And John, if John is
It's
lying,
not a good look
this is-
for Demas, honestly, that he was completely unharmed. Because
and he's the pirate.
what on earth would Emil even do?
I just don't think it makes
Like,
much sense.
Why
with
would
the
Emil
maneuver
do
with,
it without
Demas
trying to
and
get
Mo?
Demas in it?
I think
So
he
if
did
Demas
try to
is
get Demas
fine,
in
then
it.
what?
I just find it more likely that you did it than that Spencer had Demas do it. And that's not in game, that's out of game. But I'm just saying, if this was you guys and this investigation turns that up,
No,
we're gonna have some serious problems.
no.
We'll see what the investigation shows.
It's not going to turn anything like that up. If anything, it's going to find that Demas did it. Because as you have known, John is terrible at lying.
Look,
So it's
you
either
guay can say
Emil-
what you want.
it's
I'm
either
pretty
Emil-
sure it's you guys.
It's either Emil or Demas.
I will be back.
scrambling here?
What's that?
You scrambling a little here?
Kind of. Yeah, I was not prepared for this, but I think
It was definitely you guys.
Alright, welcome back, everyone. So, last thing I did want to talk to you all about is what has been confiscated. So, you all have been thoroughly searched. All weapons, knives, guns, explosives. Oof, really bad if you have explosives on you, just saying.
Does anyone in our party have explosives on
Good
them?
question. Does anybody? I don't think so?
No.
Okay, all good. There you go.
They took my rocks, didn't they?
The rocks are confiscated, yes. Sorry.
So I'm assuming that they're gonna try to take the spike.
The spike would be taken. That is correct.
Well, before, if they start going for it, I'm gonna say, don't touch that with your hands.
What do you think I'm gonna touch it with?
Some gloves or something.
Actually, that may be smart.
What is it?
It's something that's not great to touch.
What is it?
We can explain that more during the
What
interrogation.
is it?
We'll explain that during the interrogation. For now, don't touch it. Not with your bare hands.
What's that?
Something that you shouldn't touch with your bare hands.
Wait, did I touch it? No.
He's gonna try and the guard is gonna try and grab the thing. You know what? No, make a persuasion check. I'm sorry. I need to make sure and let you all actually make checks and that sort of thing.
How many do you think I should roll?
I mean, I'm not opposed against chaos, but also, do you have?
I mean,
He
I
has
have
2 more
I have
momentum.
2 momentum.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's
What's
been
the
making a lot of
difficulty?
checks.
okay.
What's
Do
the
you want this
difficulty?
back? Because I'll use my momentum.
Difficulty's gonna be 3. You're a suspect for a bombing right now.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? You're a suspect of a bombing right now. That could be explosives. Difficulty of 2.
Oh, okay. I'll leave you with that. Just
Be careful with that. Could be a bomb. Good point.
okay. 1 critical success. I mean, 2 from the critical success. A normal success.
Wait. How many extra dice did you roll?
2 extra dice.
I always need to remember this. Okay. All right. That should be fine.
Okay.
So what's the total?
4 successes?
All right.
Because one of them's a critical success.
Okay. Put those in momentum.
How many?
Just 2. Rachel, do you know on the top of your head if you use momentum dice, is it natural for you to get them back if you? Because that feels like
there's
it's kind of
no
abusive.
active rule against it that I've seen,
Yeah.
but I haven't been super comprehensive yet. If
Yeah,
you think
same.
that's something that's not gonna work for our game, then you can make that house rule.
We'll see.
work for that.
I'll do a more detailed reading of the rules perhaps later.
Sure.
Only because you're a suspect of bombing. All right. And one enforcer is staying with you all, and this guy comes back with what looks like just a leather glove. And he reaches into your pocket, and if you do not resist, he will pull it out.
The spike?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm letting him take the spike.
Okay. All right. He pulls it off, and
Do we see it?
he is not hiding it. So if you all are looking, it's apparent to see. I've described it. Do you all know what it looks like?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if I've only
It's
described it in like private.
You know,
You
it's like
described it. I just don't
railroad.
remember.
Yeah. So it looks almost like a bit of a railroad spike. Obviously,
Oh.
no railroads in Dishonored. But yeah, it's. I really wish I could just. It just looks like that, except it's very smooth to the touch. Looks extremely smooth, but yet it feels almost like wood or bone.
Okay. But
Very heavy.
Okay.
Yep.
While it's passing by, can I like try and study it and like use my?
Yeah, do a study check. This is. I should really have a name for this.
Carefully, stay careful.
Partial successes. It's more like a degree. So whatever success, I'll give you something proportionate to it.
Okay. Study carefully.
Void Lord.
10. Okay. 2 successes.
2 successes.
Yeah.
Well, easily enough, you can deride. Wow, that's the thing that just cured my weird curse thing. Probably also the thing that was speaking to me earlier. It's a void artifact. Unfortunately, because the nature of this thing is very complex, even with 2 successes, you've never seen anything like this before. But you get to right, it's probably a very powerful void artifact. Doesn't look like a bone charm, doesn't look like a rune. That means it's very distinct, very unique. So that is confiscated. Do you have like any tools on you?
I
You-
probably would because I took my stuff.
That is correct. So all your tools would be confiscated. Kind of like Tinkerer's tools from D&D, I guess. Are there any other items that I should be made aware of?
Just my boot knife.
Okay.
Would they try
Okay.
to take anything that's not a weapon or weaponable,
They might take
weaponizable?
some stuff for evidence. I have actually reconsidered what I told you. Anything written down would also be evidence, including your paper that has Maxim Kenrick's signature. So anything with writing on it, any journal, will be admitted as evidence.
I better get that back at the end, alright?
We'll see.
I'll say, I just hang on. Novel. Please, don't read it.
Yeah.
First hit.
What's the combination?
I didn't say it was my novel. I said it was someone's novel.
No. What's the? It's locked.
Please do your best to open it. I've tried.
We found
Make a
it.
deception
We found it in the ship. I'm helping you.
All right.
So
Okay.
can I help him? Okay.
And then cleverly, gates are needed. Here we go. 1 success.
Here's another success.
Okay, 2 success.
No. This. Would the void would lock a novel? What's the combination?
I've gone from I've tried a lot of locks. Should I try to open it?
If you know the combination, then open it. Yes.
I don't know the combination.
Wait, was that a persuasion or deception? You know the combination.
He knows the combination.
Yeah. So he knows you're lying.
Oh,
He's calling you out. Yeah. I know you know it.
he takes the book.
Thank you very much for cooperating with
First,
parliamentary,
is there any,
morally, and constabulary.
First, is there any fires or places they could destroy the book instantly?
There is no fire. There is no toilet. There's
How
a
many
bucket.
people are in the room?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
We're in our cells though,
5,
right?
6. This
Oh.
would actually. This would be one.
Oh,
While you're admitted, so it would be like one person is searched, put into a cell, locked. One person is searched, put into a
Okay.
cell, locked.
The searching happened before.
Yeah, I apologize. I really
Okay.
should have remembered
Who would have
that.
gone first?
Are you gonna try a Kenji?
I'm gonna try something.
Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny. I have a D4. 1, 2. You.
That's tremendously inconvenient for you.
Yes, it is.
This is problematic in many ways.
I assure you, it did roll a 2. I didn't just do that. I don't lie about my dice.
No, we know. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to restructure how I do this. So as soon as he starts getting searched, he's going to show compliance by taking off his jacket
Mhm.
and they probably see well, if no one else is going to see it, I don't want to reveal what it is, but
Is
They
this
probably see
in
that.
The cell block?
if this is alone, then I don't want to reveal what it is, but if they know,
This would be in the presence of everybody.
okay. So he takes his suit jacket off and there is a mechanism that was hidden under the sleeve. And it's like this weird mechanism that hides a gun right underneath the sleeve. So I'll hold that arm out while holding the suit jacket for them to take that because they're obviously going to want to take the gun away.
Mm-hmm.
And while that's happening, I'd like to try to grab the notebook out of the suit jacket while they're
Just the notebook? Okay.
messing with that.
Alright. Make a this would be a move stealthily check.
There's no
but-
stealthily.
quietly. Yeah. Cleverly.
Carefully?
Yeah, this is weird. It's either that or no, this is boldly. You are drawing attention to yourself with the pistol. You know what? Styles are made to be argued into, so either boldly or cleverly.
I'd like to try cleverly
Okay.
because what I'm trying to do is I'm going to try to say a clever distraction.
It is a very clever distraction. Okay. You can roll. You get one extra dice because this is a good lie.
And okay, I get an extra die because it's a good lie.
Yeah, because that is a weird looking gun and contraption
Okay.
thing right there.
Then I'm going to take the normal one and only use one momentum.
Okay.
Okay. That's what can I add anything to this or no?
What do you mean add? Like focuses?
Yeah, would there be any focuses for this?
This would be maybe an intuition or a persuasion?
Then no. So that's 2 successes.
Okay. Alright.
Wait, did you say the difficulty for this at all?
I did not, because it is a contest.
Ah,
Yep, you're good.
nice. So I'm not gonna get any of those
So,
back from
yeah,
momentum
you
at all.
reveal that pistol mechanism, and the guy just says, "Outsider's balls, man! What is that thing?"
Insurance. And
Okay.
so as that's happening,
He's taking that thing off, and he
While
is fully
he's-
distracted by that. Yeah.
while he's focused on that, I'm going to grab this out, basically one-handed, try to do this.
So you're taking the page and stuffing it in your mouth.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Sab starts coughing.
I wish we had a camera on it.
He just took it straight into
I know.
his
I
mouth.
keep like trying to describe the gestures people are doing.
Yes.
I know.
He just
For
took
those of
the
you-
page.
For those of you at home, Levi just tore a page out of his journal and put it in his mouth.
And there is writing on this with a.
There is writing on it. That's
So he's
right.
gonna
Okay.
try to like shove this in his mouth and like not show anyone that it's in his mouth.
How many successes did you roll?
2.
Okay.
I
If
roll
Sab
the thing to
saw
see if I saw
this,
this?
he probably would try and cough to, like, the paper noise to try and cover that up.
Okay.
Can I
so,
see if I saw
because of the noise, I initially thought you were just trying to. I will make you make another check for
They would have found it.
hiding the noise. You did definitely get the notebook, so pass that check.
I got the
What-
notebook.
Question is, can you dispose of this paper properly?
Okay,
Ah.
so I would have the paper outside of the notebook. And I'd be like trying to shove it in my mouth
Right.
at this moment. And that's just like
Okay,
whether or not
so
they notice.
this is going to be a move quietly check, which is the movement is limited to pretty much your jaw, but there's a lot of noise going on. You get an extra dice because of Sap's coughing, and it will be contested with the guard and with Heisel. So make a study check to watch this.
Let's see. So I get an extra die.
Actually, you know what? If
From-
Sab can see,
Yeah,
Hmm,
depends if Sab.
This is a weird
if
thing.
Sab saw it.
yeah. Would you just prefer that everyone see this, other than the guard, of course? Guard
Yeah.
is distracted, which honestly they are too. So here's the thing: if I let you assist, that means everybody that's not a guard sees this.
So,
If I don't,
Yeah.
you can't assist, and
so
then
Neil,
people
what's
won't
your
make checks.
what's your preference?
I'm fine with everyone seeing. I just don't want the guard to see.
Okay, all right. So you don't need to roll. You can see this action or attempt of the action take place. So you get an extra dice.
Okay. So I have 2 dice just from the rolling. I have an extra die from him. And I had 1 momentum.
Toss that momentum dice. You're not using it. Chaos dice.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. This is a move.
This is a move
Quietly.
quietly.
Void point. Roll.
You've been stockpiling, haven't you?
Yep, I haven't actually used one before now. I can't use a void point a second time.
No, you must stick with whatever's rerolled.
Both times, no successes.
None?
None.
That's kind
Not
of
even
shocking,
joking.
actually.
3 dice re-rolled.
How many
no
guards are in the
successes
room?
either time.
Just
There's two. There's one really doing the just protection duty, and the other is doing the searching. Which both were distracted by the weird looking gun contraption thing.
I'd also say if anyone started trying to take the page at all, and they had not gotten the gun off of his hand, he tried to use it.
Okay.
So I
So-
want to force them to either choose to take the paper or the gun.
The protection guard just rolled 2 successes. So, would not see you grab the journal, but would hear this tear of paper and would first say, "Stop!" and point the shotgun towards you.
Then I'm going to try to shoot the gun if I can.
At him?
No. Just at the wall.
Oh, okay, alright. Alright. So, given that you already distracted the searching guard with it, this is going to be a contest of strength to see if you can actually trigger this thing. He's holding this gun right now. He was taking it off as you... That was the whole distraction thing. So...
As he's doing this, I'm gonna reach up because I have a knife hidden up my stub, or not up my stub, but in the sleeve where my stub, what's left of the sleeve where my stub
Okay,
is.
I'm sorry. I kind of just insisted that, like, everything is taken, and I should have...
But he's being searched right now. He's the first one. I
Oh,
haven't
yes,
been
that's right.
searched yet.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Good point. Yes. Okay, first one being searched. All right.
So, yes, depending how much Sab knows, he kind of looks and he probably sees the shotgun. If it looks like the guy's gonna shoot it, he tries to like
Bump
knock it away so that it doesn't hit.
Well, we're all in separate cells.
Yeah.
No,
uh,
we're
we
all
haven't
put
put
it
it
together.
You guys haven't
Okay.
been put in cells yet because I'm the first
I'm
one
sorry to be
shoot.
continuously changing the circumstance.
Okay,
I keep
that's
forgetting
okay.
that you all are in a line. There would be 3 guards
Yeah.
total.
Okay.
Oh.
So searcher, garter, and probably somebody at the end of the hall, just to make sure you guys actually get in the cell. Another guard, basically. So 3 guards total.
Yeah, and not to like, it would be to like try and make sure no one dies. So he
Okay.
wouldn't be trying to take it and he would instantly do
So
that. But that's if he fires or tries to.
okay, lots going on here, and sadly, this game does not have initiative rolls in it. So what is your all's quickly score? Those of you that are participating in this event.
4.
5.
Quick. Where's quickly?
Style.
Swiftly.
Style.
Swiftly. Oh,
Oh,
4.
swiftly.
Or swiftly. I'm sorry.
Still
I always
5.
mean
4.
yeah. Okay. 4.
And I haven't drawn my knife. I just have my hand up there.
Okay.
ready to pull it out.
All right. Let's see here. Very first action is going to be Emil trying to fire the gun. So go ahead, and this is going to be a fight check contested with the guard. Yeah, you're just going to perform a check. What are you rolling?
So it's a fight check. I don't suppose I could say fight cleverly.
No, this is brute strength. This has got to be boldly
Okay.
or forcefully. Have any of you ever done something forcefully?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that one doesn't seem
Yeah. I think
much
just,
right.
yeah.
This could be a forcefully.
Sab's
Forcefully or boldly?
I guess I'll say boldly because what he's trying to do is just
Distract at the end of the day. Yeah. Okay. Give me just a second. Okay. All right. You gonna roll?
2 successes.
Okay. So this guard just rolled 3. You rolled a critical. So as you pull on the mechanism that I believe is attached to like the ring figure, I think. and you just all would hear this mechanical as the pistol is almost thrust forward into the palm. The guard just stops it immediately and holds on to that thing before it can go all the way down the track. And with his other hand, he's going to clock you. So, again, I need to read combat rules. I keep forgetting about is it like a survive from you or an action from me. I prefer let's stick with contest, so make a survive check, please.
He's not good at that either. Survive what?
Boldly or forcefully. Or strength.
Yeah. He doesn't.
Okay. No successes?
Nope.
Okay. This guy just rolled 1. So he does deck you across the face. So you do take 1 stress point. Because of this extremely precarious situation you're in, let's see, who is next? Technically, the guard with the shotgun is going to be next. He is prepared for combat, therefore he has the surprise round kind of thing. So he is actually going to make a check to take that paper away from your hand.
Okay.
Which, given the fact that you were currently being punched by one guy, you were being outnumbered, I do wish I could include some of you on this check, but because this guy was ready to act,
Yep.
He's just the rules of the game. This guy's going to act fast.
Yeah.
So this is going to be it's either a move or a fight. I think fight, given the fact that it is with hostile intent. Yeah, stealing something from someone. Interesting. All right.
This is fully the realm that Emil is not good at all. Not in the slightest. All of these things are
Why
like,
did you write everything down?
because he's literally never been in a situation like this before.
Okay. Wow, that is 3 successes.
Like, I was not prepared for a court.
Yep. I appreciate the effort. That was
is
a
fair.
really brilliant idea. But before you can wrench it into your own mouth while you're presently being punched, guy with a shotgun, one hand still kind of not shouldering it, but holding at the hip. The other just snatches it straight out of your hand. Not the journal though, so that's still there. But he's got that page that you were trying to eat. So next, of course, would be Sab. You were planning on doing something, right?
So that's in his hands.
Because of the tension in this moment, I'll give you just about 10 more seconds to decide what you're going to do.
Let it happen.
Yeah, I think so.
That.
Doesn't well, it's obviously the thing.
All right, so Sab is not doing anything.
Yeah.
I take my hand out of my sleeve and just go back to standing normally.
Okay, all right. So, you see the guard that just took the paper, just pocket it. Must be something important, huh? And the guard that, with his hand on the gun, finishes just taking the straps off of your arm and just wrenches that mechanism off of your arm. What on earth were you planning to do with this thing?
Not exactly good in a fight.
Ah.
That's how I
Okay.
make up for it.
All right. So, are there any other complications with stealing stuff? That whole interaction of the spike would also still happen. So they do have the spike with the gloves, though. So no one has touched it. Is there
Can
any
I try
other-
sliding my knife under my bandage?
Okay. So this, yes, this is going to be a check. You're going to make a move quietly check.
All right.
It's a stealth focus.
What's the difficulty?
It's a contest.
Oh, it's a contest. Well, I'm gonna use. No, I don't have anything. All right. Move quietly.
That's right.
Can I use knives? My knives focus.
Yes, you can use your knife focus on this.
All right.
His notebook at this point has been
Let's
simultaneously
see,
the
one
best and now in
success.
this particular moment
What's
the
that?
worst.
One
You guys
success
ever had.
and
You know how at the beginning I said
What
if
number
you
did
saw
you
what
roll
was
for
in the
that,
notebook right
Remy?
now you'd be very
Okay.
concerned.
All right, you slip one knife into the bandage.
It's
Alright.
all.
Okay, so
Sab, I guess, tries to hide his switchblade.
all right, make a similar move quietly check.
Alright. I'm just taking this with me. Well,
Contest.
no, contest.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take it. Alright. Move quietly. Okay. 11. 11? Yes. A complication.
Wait, please say when you're using momentum. Go ahead and take the big chunk die away.
Okay.
Yeah.
A complication happened.
A complication?
Yep.
Do you have a void point to re-roll that one?
I have a
Very
void
good
point to
time for
re-roll that.
complication.
Yes.
I will do that.
Guys.
Watch him get 2 complications.
He got 1 success with that.
That's
What
much better
number
than
did you
we had.
roll?
11.
Okay. So no complications, so that's good. But as you start to hide that switchblade, guard with the shotgun that just pocketed the page will. He eyes you while you do that and says, nope, give it up. Give me the knife. Thanks. Cooperation will be noted. Alright.
I'm just gonna slide the knife out of my boot and present it to them. If you want to check more thoroughly, that's fine, but actually I prefer to just pat myself down so you can see.
That's not how patting down works. I can't tell if you hit something. I have to feel it myself. Apologies. So yes, everyone would indeed have a thorough search. Thankfully not a cavity search. So
Well, they have my knife.
Now you know where
Anything
to
else they
stick
feel
it.
like?
I hand over my rocks and 5 knives.
you have more than 5, right?
Yes, I have 6.
Oh, okay,
One I
alright.
hid in
I thought you had
my
like 17 originally.
No,
okay.
I had 6.
That's good. I'm like, so
Hey,
you're hiding
on.
like 6.
Also-
I'm gonna need to
yeah.
check for each night. No.
I guess Sab hands over everything. Doesn't hand over the cudgel, but they probably find it.
It's pretty big.
Okay, then he hands that over too.
Yeah. Yep. That's you can't put that in a pocket, backpack. It has to be like at your side.
Okay.
So, yeah. All right. So, anything else that is taken? Anything else that you would like to divulge to me?
Pretty sure it would just be the knife.
I mean, I guess we have everything on us basically.
Fortunately, Hastings' device would be confiscated. Sorry.
So I guess
Just
Emil
be
also
careful
has
with
his
it, alright?
Emil would also have his design notes on him at this point. So
They would take the notebook as well.
yeah.
So-
So it'd be basically everything.
Right. Anything written down is going to be seized.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
I guess
So,
fried.
I hope they
I
don't
guess
find
when
out
we
about
get
me and the
back-
captain from that notebook.
So I know that we had a
We'll
little bit of a
count on it.
kerfuffle in the fact that we had to go back and do the interaction of like what items are taken and whatnot. But I would like to keep everything that we interacted with before still occurring of the discussion between Verzi and you all, the crew member on crutches. Is there anything else you all would like to do in this temporary time period?
Emil?
There's still one guard
What?
guarding the cells right now. Basically walking the rounds walking.
Is
Back
there
and forth in the
anything you
hallway.
think you'd better tell us right now about what was on that paper?
Well, everything I know about anyone is in that notebook.
Levi, could you give me that paper? No, like, give me the paper.
No, it's
Oh,
It's
wait.
there.
How did I
It's
hear?
yeah.
Awesome.
The one that was in his mouth. Can I look?
That's okay. I'm a DM. I'm committed to anything for the sake
It wasn't
of
in my
this
mouth for a
Now
long
taking-
time.
I know,
so
I
it's not
know.
like
You weren't
so-
Taking the
salivating
mouth
all
paper
over it.
and unfolding it slowly, delicately.
They're not doing this in the room. They're
I
this
know.
would happen.
I'm explaining it to her non.
Okay. Can I,
Emil's
for more
not gonna
reasons
say
without the
this,
guard
but
noticing me, can I look around the
It's
room
bad,
for any
bad, bad.
possible way to
Okay.
get out of my cell?
I had not considered.
What
Not
was
to
it that's
use
on
it,
there
but
that
like,
was
can I
so
just
sensitive you
examine
tried to
the
shoot
room
someone
for?
it?
Yeah,
escape
make a study
possibilities?
check.
Well,
All right. I will study. What? How will I study?
a certain
Properly,
interactions that they
cleverly.
I'm gonna do
more
cleverly.
interesting than
Cleverly.
I'd like. at this moment.
I'm gonna
So, yeah.
cleverly study the
A
room.
few
That
interactions
is
that
one
I would
success.
prefer them not to know about at this moment,
And what is that?
One success.
Yes.
because they
It's very
implicate
tightly kept. Probably.
some of us in certain things.
Basically, the room consists of 2 benches.
The explosion.
There is a window in the back, but it's probably just like a foot tall and 2 feet wide, barred as well. There's a bucket, because bucket. That's pretty much about it. Pretty much your only chance of getting out would probably be going straight through the gate. But that being said, these prisons aren't used that often. If they are, they're probably used for just, drunks walking around town or something like that. So doesn't look like the lock is like. It's definitely less secure than anything in the bank that you all passed earlier.
Are the bars in the window, how well are they, like, attached to the wall? Is, like, the cement that's holding them in, like, reached at all?
This is, thank the outsider for colonial architecture. So this is all recently built. So the
Okay.
stone is
Yep.
not the concrete. It's
Darn.
pretty fresh. So not like fresh concrete, but like recently built, not deteriorating, no erosion, that sort of thing.
All right.
All right. Are there any other things
My journal, I think.
that would be seized?
Yes, but they're domain.
Oh, the combination. That's right. Yeah. Did
Yeah.
you open it?
I would like. This is the truth thing.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to make the journal lock like jams, and so it kind of breaks off.
Okay. All right.
Maybe.
You've got to use a void point to do this.
I will do that. So,
You guys have been stockpiling.
so
I'm still down to
basically-
1.
That's
Yeah.
why I
There's
don't
no
any
secret
before now.
information.
Okay.
So
All
he,
right.
he kind of is like
Oh,
trying
yeah.
to try some fake ones and do that, and they
Yep.
and
Legitimately.
then he goes to well do that, and
Yep.
and then he kind of moves some dials to like so that they don't know coming. He's like hands it to them.
So I will say, because of the fact that truths are kind of minor things, that's not like a perfect like no one can ever crack this thing again. It just
Yeah.
means that they're not going to.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
if they needed to crack this, they'd probably need a professional.
Yeah, they could.
But
They
it's possible.
could,
You just
but
made it a
maybe-
lot more difficult for them.
Maybe we
Yeah.
bought a little time.
Yeah. Also, congratulations for our first truth usage.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anything else that you all would like to do?
Um,
All right.
Taking just a minute to read over the page.
can I observe the guard's schedule over the next day?
Yes, we're going to do something that occurs this night. I'm going to need to have an interrogation session with both John and Emil.
Yep.
So the rest of you will not be having this. So basically what will happen is a guard will come by and will just say, "You there, we need you in for interrogation," and then take you off one by one. This will be private because I'm going to have fun with this. I'm going to turn the lights real dim, and I'm going to do the full interrogation routine. So, we're going to take just a little break before we start that. So, we will be back momentarily.
Welcome back, everyone. So, the very first person escorted to interrogation would in fact be Emil. Give me just a second. You would actually walk in and you would see the constable. His face kind of cleaned up a little bit, but still definitely flustered from the day itself. Just wondering so that I don't actually have to search through this entire thing. Okay, it does say your name, but is your full name anywhere in this? Okay, all right. So you'd walk in, you would see one enforcer, and you would see the constable. Constable's sitting down, and the enforcer is walking around the room. Very stereotypical interrogation room. Just a single wooden table, 2 chairs. But it still seems relatively new. You're in a pretty posh city, so pretty well funded. State your name for the record, please.
Emil.
Emil who?
Emil.
Alright, that will come out eventually. So, I have your testimony right here. We're charging you with murder. There's no other way around it. So, we have pretty much everything we need. We have exactly what we need. Normally, I'd have my friend here rough you up, but...
Would you prefer I tell you how I was actually involved?
Honestly, I don't even think I need that here. But, why not for the sake of my curiosity, why'd you blow up this ship? Why did you want to eliminate your presence?
There's a man named Demas who's on the boat. You know him. He's in one of your cells.
That is correct. We don't know. Actually, he has confessed as well.
He's
Yes, I have his name.
with the pirates, the Crimson Pennant.
Mm-hmm.
They want that spike.
Right, the void artifact.
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't want him to get the spike.
Mm.
And so I made a small bomb intending to kill Demas.
Mm.
As you can see, that didn't work.
Doesn't seem like you wanted it to be a small explosion. Seems to me like you wanted the entire boat to blow up. With people on board, not just pirates.
That was John's intention.
Well, we'll talk about him a little bit later. But for now, why exactly was Demas hidden from the crew?
Because he had information the others wanted.
What kind of information?
I don't know. They never told me.
So you wanted him dead just because he was a pirate, right?
He would have been bad for us, in my opinion, if he had gotten back to the pirates and talked about our presence. He might have thrown them back to us.
What's worrisome about your presence? The
Well,
pirates. They
we
want
had
something
that they
specific.
wanted.
Oh yes, of course, the magic thing.
And I have a reason to believe that he thought I had it. So I didn't want him getting back to the pirates
So
and
it's
telling
a
them that.
self-preservation thing. Well, it seems your plans did not work out very well, considering he's right next to you all. Which, in fact, Jean, why don't you transfer his cell right now? Right away, boss. And the enforcer walks out of the room, presumably to just bring Demas to a different location because of the fact that you just revealed that you wanted him dead, and John as well. I will say that by this time they have read through the entire notebook. I have not, but I imagine that includes pretty much everything about the hostage, about interrogation, about, I see Ebony Pervasion right here, hiding them from the crew, the whole pirate thing, the spike, pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
So you built a bomb.
A small one.
And placed it in an extremely explosive area. Per John's wishes.
Yes.
Who placed the bomb?
Who did place the bomb?
John placed it, I believe. Let me ask you real quick. Hey, Josh. Don't come in yet. Just. Did John plant the bomb or did Emil? John. Okay, gotcha. There we go. That's what I figured.
John planted the bomb?
Yep, that's right.
It was John who put it.
Make a persuasion check.
Like, using a chaos
What's
right
that?
now would be. Can I use a chaos? Like, get a chaos die right now?
Yeah, you can get a chaos die anytime. 28.
It barely even matters right now.
In for a penny.
Yeah, no joke. So what would this be?
Persuasion, since it's the truth.
Okay. One success.
Okay. Makes sense. After all, he did have 7 knives on his person. He's got a few. Seems like a violent type. So John planted the bomb. You made it. And... well, I don't really see anything else we...
We did misjudge when the ship would get in.
Well, that's for your lawyers to decide whether this is manslaughter or not, but the intention... the fact that you planted the bomb next to the whale oil, I can see your diagrams. You're a smart man. You would know what that would do, right? You knew it was going to be a massive explosion.
I'm not practiced in the use of whale oil.
That's not a lie.
I'm gonna
It's
say he's
very-
probably not dealt with anything close to that amount.
Yeah, it is. It's weird because this is like the power of the day. This is like
He's probably
pretty well known, especially in the engineering world. You would certainly know without a doubt that it's flammable. Keep explosives away from it,
Mhm.
and you would know that there was a lot. We'll just forgo that point for now.
It's also worth noting that I didn't know precisely where he put it.
Wait, say that again.
It's worth noting that I didn't know precisely where he put it.
Did you intend to place it among the whale oil?
I did intend to blow up part of the ship.
Part.
Certainly didn't intend to blow up any of the dogs.
Right, but it says here that you knew that John wanted the entire boat destroyed, right?
I knew that was his intention.
Mm-hmm. And you still built the man a bomb.
Yes. It was the whale oil that they were very carefully shipping,
Mm-hmm.
and they never checked it.
I probably should have.
They had been keeping an eye on who was going down there,
Mm.
making sure that it was kept secret. And yet, apparently from an entire 24-hour period, no one bothered to go look.
So
I couldn't have predicted that.
you were expecting them to find it then?
And Demas,
So you built John a bomb for the explicit purpose of him being found out. Oh yes, you do say that you wanted to pin this on John.
yes,
Was that the intention?
yes,
So you built a bomb with the intention of it not exploding. Why did you not just build a faulty bomb then?
because he was seeing the bomb. He could have told if it was faulty, perhaps.
Doesn't seem like that's what you think of John in your notes here.
I don't know if he's smart or not.
Hmm.
He's mad. But I don't know if he's smart or not.
Again, I've seen you, I believe, the diagrams you make. I feel like you could make a very, very trustworthy faulty bomb.
Well, didn't necessarily want everyone to get away. As I've stated, Demas was on the ship. He was near some of the whale oil.
Mm.
If he had found it and taken it, it may have harmed him. Or he could have been found and the bomb disabled and he would have been dealt with anyway.
Hmm.
The people on the docks certainly were never meant to experience any of what they did.
Regardless of the people on the docks, you still killed innocents.
I
And-
also helped. I didn't intend for them to get hurt.
Why
I
did
helped
you
when
not
they
just
were.
tell the crew about Demas? I know them. I knew the first mate, the captain, personally.
We weren't on good terms.
Oh, right, because John shot Captain Papa.
Yes. She was also angry with me.
What for?
The captain wanted the thing that I had, and I didn't give it to him.
Hmm. But still, regardless of any disagreement, surely the crew would have just subdued this pirate and given him to me. They actually radioed the constabulary before they even arrived and let us know about the pirates. We knew about them just the immediate day after.
I wasn't sure smugglers would have such a good relationship with the constable.
Well, here's the thing about their smuggling. Morley actually sponsors it. They are smuggling from Bristol, from the Regency. We actually sponsor them a little bit. So,
In cooperation with Crystal.
oh no, Bristol is the one that's being slighted. The revolutionary state of the Regency is the one that's quite the problem, but they hate Morley's guts anyways, so why not? Most of them want to go to war with Morley immediately, so smuggling from them is just a better way of turning out profit.
Understandable.
Mm-hmm. Well, Emil, I'm going to be completely honest with you. There is no possible way you're getting out of this.
I don't expect to.
How do you feel about the fact of dying? Fact.
I'd prefer to avoid it.
Okay, yes, as most people say that. Haven't really had an execution here in quite some time.
We also don't know how the spike works.
I'm not interested in the spike.
There's a few things you should know about it.
Oh, so you're trying to make a bargain with me because of this artifact.
You can ask some of the others.
Hmm?
Some people nearly died
Hmm.
because of it.
It certainly seems to be probably the biggest cause of all this trouble. So I
Perhaps.
certainly see its importance. But I will have you know that I am pretty well connected. At least Morley is. We have divisions of researchers and void law people. I'm even familiar with your friend Hazel Cohen there, a little bit. Heard of her. But regardless, you don't have anything to bargain right here. I actually came in here thinking that I would need your word to testify against John, but I have that entire testimony here. Very happy you presented me with all this evidence right here. Hmm.
Is it worth nothing that I presented you the spike, something I am not happy to give up
Hmm.
willingly? It's in your possession. I didn't want it to leave my possession.
Hmm.
I didn't try to harm you with it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't try to use it at all.
You did try to shoot my guards, though.
No, I didn't.
I heard from one of my guards that you had this pistol mechanism that you tried to use.
I did try to use it. I tried to shoot the wall.
Oh, yes. You were trying to shoot the wall. Make a persuasion check.
I'm using another.
Nope.
No.
No. Sorry.
2 successes.
Okay. Why would you shoot the wall?
I didn't mean to hurt someone. I meant to distract.
That seems to be the moral of this entire story, does it not? Well,
I had no intent towards any of you.
Emil,
The only one I meant to harm was Demas.
you did a very shoddy job of it.
Clearly.
It is possible you're going to be arrested on the charge of murder. That is the initial charge. But you could perhaps get away with manslaughter, but that would mean you're in prison for life. You probably need a very good lawyer for that sort of thing. I will let you know I will be testifying to the fact that I did see you tending to the wounded. I do buy your story that you didn't want them hurt. And maybe even the crew as well, though it seems like you wanted to hide your presence from them too. You agreed with John very quickly. Do you have any questions for me?
Where do I get a lawyer? Where do I get a lawyer?
Well, if you have any money, you can hire one. If not, you have to present yourself. Sorry, there is no, hey, you will be provided an attorney. Nope, not here.
I figured.
Yeah.
Other than the process of getting a lawyer, and a good one,
Mm.
as I'm sure I'll need it. That's it.
Well, we can provide you with a list of attorneys in Bryanton. We'll get that to you in your cell. One final question. Did Heisel and Sebastian know about this plan?
They didn't know. They do have information that I don't know.
Information?
I don't know
Right.
what their intentions were.
Intentions with what?
Any of it.
Any what?
They had private conversations with Demas, that much I know, but I don't know all that they discussed.
Oh, right here I can see I have.
I also know that Sebastian has certain intentions that he doesn't want anyone to get in the way of, and I'm sure he would be willing to do anything. But I don't know what the intentions are.
Well, we'll crack Sebastian's novel, as he put it, eventually. So I don't imagine I'll need to interrogate him. I believe you that they had no intentions, but fortunately I'm only investigating the case of this bombing. Well, Emil,
They did hide Demas.
they hid him? What do you mean?
They hid his presence.
Oh, so they were the... Yes, I think... Did you say that Heisel was the one that drugged him in the journal?
I don't know. I think I did.
Let me see.
I definitely had that he was tied up. Let's see. I had something about Heisel having Void Fiend.
Yeah. Man, you got a lot of equations, man.
Yeah.
Aesthetics. Okay, here we go. Yep, Heisel stabbed him with Void Fiend. Okay, alright. Reed is obvious liar. Thank you for the help with that one, by the way. Good to know for interrogation.
Yes.
Honestly, I just like to see him squirm. So, you know what is being presented with you, Emil, correct?
Certainly.
Could I finally have your real name?
Respectfully, no.
Very well. That will be settled in court. And about this time, I don't remember what I just named him. Jean, I think. Returns back into the room. Take him back to his cell. Emile, no surname. You are charged with murder. And you will be tried within the next 2 weeks. Good day.
Thank you.
Alright, you can go ahead and send John in.
Okay.
So you would be escorted into the interrogation room. Looks pretty stereotypical, wooden table, pretty cheap seats. Two guards in there. One is the constable, his face now cleaned up, and the other would be an enforcer that actually brought you in. Pretty burly fellow. Yes, John Reed. Welcome. For the sake of the record, would you state your name, please?
John Reed.
Okay, excellent, yes. Congratulations, you can say your own name. Alright. You know what? This isn't going to be much of an interrogation. What do you have to say for yourself?
What do you mean?
Well, I've just heard Emil's perspective. I'm just interested in yours. What and how were you involved with the bomb?
I wasn't involved.
You weren't.
No.
Okay. Interesting. So, you think Emil did this?
Quite possibly. I don't know. He asked me to go pick up some bullets for him. Apparently his gun thing, I don't know. He asked me to go walk around the ship and, I don't know, pick up ammunition for him and keep it secret, but that was all. He also asked me to leave a box downstairs full of, I don't know what it was. I assumed it was food because he liked to, he was helping a stowaway in the bottom of the ship, the pirate. And
Right, Demas.
yes, Demas.
Yes.
And I assumed it was another box of food that he wanted me to leave down there for him, so I decided to do that.
Interesting. I'm going to be completely honest with you, John. I have Emil's complete testimony right here. Let's see. John decided that the boat should be blown up so no one could tell about our presence. Very destructive. And not really my style. Well, which suits my purposes in this case. And makes it a little easier to pin on John. I'd like the fewest possible witnesses to my presence. Emil. I'm sorry, I kind of just wanted to see you squirm. So, we know exactly what you did. I have no questions really to ask you. I just wondered what you would keep this lie. Which...
This is absurd. He's framing me.
Yes. So
I have-
you unknowingly placed a box under...
He'd been having me deliver food to him for a week.
Yes, that is consistent with Emil's testimony. Would you mind rolling a persuasion roll for me? No momentum if you have any.
Alright, so that's talk. Which style would that be?
It's a lie, so probably cleverly.
Okay. And persuade or deceive?
Deceive.
Okay.
Because you knew the contents of the
That's
box.
one critical success and another success.
So 3 total.
3 total.
Alright. Okay. That is 2 critical successes.
What?
This person's whole job is detecting lies. But
Oh man.
I'm sorry, John. This testimony is just...
Can I use a void point to add another success?
Did you just roll 3 dice or just 2?
I rolled 2.
Okay. You can only use a void dice to re-roll. Oh wait, or add a critical success. Which
Yeah.
Okay. Shoot. Because I already
Yeah.
rolled, I
Okay.
don't remember what those numbers were. I'm afraid not.
Okay. Darn.
Well, John, we have a very comprehensive testimony on the entire events on the Maples Cruel. I really don't think I need anything else, and this journal is consistent with the fact that it is an unwilling testimony. If Emil really did write this just to frame him, he had written it long before he had even met you. I've got content from a long time before. It's all very consistent. It makes sense completely of the events that occurred earlier this afternoon.
If he intended to get away with a crime like this, why would he have written down his own participation and mine? And keep it in
I
a
certainly
notebook?
don't know why he would have written down his own participation, other than the man is just a terminal journaler. We'll write down everything. Well, that's the gist. I don't think he intended to frame it. This was a very poor move on his part to write down everything. It certainly helps us in the investigation. I am charging you with murder, and I will be charging you as well. I do want to ask you a little bit about this spike that I hear so much about, though. Is there any information you can give me about that?
Well, Emil and what's her name? That girl have.
Heisel Cohen.
Yes, they've been fighting over it for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's about all I know of it, other than that when you touch it, I assume it heals you because they touched me with some weird object that they would absolutely not let me see.
Mm-hmm.
It helps get rid of overhangs.
Fair enough.
Yes. I was really drunk on the ship, and I had a tremendous headache that lasted me for a day or two, and they touched me with it, and then it went away.
Right. Wow. Emil told me that this is just some extremely important artifact, and now it's just a hangover cure. Maybe I need to hold this thing on.
You should definitely touch it with your skin.
That's a strange statement. Well, this whole situation with the bombing is just sorted out, but now I just have my professional curiosity. Is your name truly John Reed? I have literally at least 17 notes within this journal that all say John Reed is a liar. Sole veteran business, fighting for some unnamed country, this whole instance with the captain, which I could also charge you for as a separate count. Oh, hey, here's a prosthetic he was designing for you.
Would have been nice.
Yes. So you gave him a hand. He gave you a hand in this bombing and was planning on giving you a hand.
If I'm gonna go down, I might as well go down in a ball of fire. I am Jared Valentine. Or maybe you heard of me. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. I'll tell you what I did.
Everything?
No. Only the good stuff.
Okay.
See, I'm the head of the Green Band. I don't know if you heard of them. It's an offshoot of a desire cult that I led. Yeah, we splintered off about 4 years ago. Yeah, this isn't my first bombing, you know, I can't make them, but I'm good at setting them. And let's see, there were 7 bombings. Dunwall, pretty much all, little areas around that. You want to know why I did it?
Why not?
That's a good question. I don't really know. All I know is that every time people like you come to a new place, like Pandacia, and you try to set up a new place, a new civilization, you try to bring order and chaos to... You try to take out the chaos, alright? That's something that the outsider was very careful to keep in check.
Yes.
Keep things interesting every now and then, keep it from getting too normal and boring. So, it falls to people like me and Emil to keep things spicy and rolling, So, every time a bomb goes off, people, they kind of flip out, they go crazy, and, like you saw on the pier today, there was nothing orderly about that, I can assure you, and I am very proud of it.
Well, no.
So there, you got me.
I had a suspicion about the Valentine business. You're fairly well known, and the disguise is certainly good. I've seen a silvergraph of you before. Well, Jared Valentine, you are a sick bastard, and I don't want to see any more of you. You are charged with murder, and you will be tried within the week. All right, John, take him back, and you will be escorted back to your prison cell. All right, bring everybody back in. Everybody. What's that?
Want to check your message?
Ooh.
I don't know if you were gonna plan, but
Yep. Yeah, I was actually kind of planning on ending a little bit early, anyways. So, all right. So, something that would have happened while Emil was interrogated, guard would have come back and taken Demas out to transfer him to another cell. Basically, just move him. So, at the end of all of this, both Emil and John will be back. You have all the information that you have just heard. If there's anything you'd like to discuss with your fellow players. We will be ending in probably 15 minutes.
What time is it?
Like in game or like...
In game?
Okay. It's probably 9 o'clock right now.
9 o'clock. Okay.
You
so
missed
dark.
your ship. Yeah.
Yeah, we missed our ship.
If it ever left.
Yeah.
is there anything the two of you'd like to explain to the rest of us now?
Emil framed me for a crime. He did it. He blew up the boat. I hate to admit it, but I helped him unwittingly. He told me to collect bullets for him for his little gun contraption thing, and then he told me to deliver more food to Demas before we left in a box, and I did it.
As you can guess, it's a lie.
What were the two of you thinking?
I don't know, what were you thinking?
Both of
Maybe
you.
they checked their cargo.
Did they tell you what they're gonna do about all of this?
We're all gonna be hanged.
I was told that I'd be tried.
All right, you're free to go. You see a guard come in and unlock. Basically, any of the cells containing Heisel, Sab, and I'm trying to remember who's left. Oh, Verzi. Yeah.
Can I have my things back?
Unfortunately, they will be used in the actual trial to occur on these two within the next week. You will be getting them back once the investigation is complete.
All right.
Ditto with what she said, sir.
Until the investigation and the trial is complete, you will not have your stuff. You all may be asked to testify against these two gentlemen. I would suggest doing so, or we will have to subpoena you to come.
Of course. I'm gonna walk out.
Seb goes to walk out, stops, and looks over at kind of both of you.
Oh, wait, actually, here's your novel back. We don't need this.
Thank you.
Actually, you do need the weapons as well. Okay, so you do get your weapons back.
Hastings device?
Hastings device would be kept.
Do I get
Oh,
You'll be getting it all back.
Why would that be evidence?
Because of this whole business of something about a pike.
This isn't
What
the
the
spike.
chief. Right. I'm just the messenger. Sorry.
Could you give me a name to take that up with?
That would be Chief Constable Fleming.
All right.
You'll get it back once the investigation is over.
I'll be back to talk to the chief constable later.
Of course, he's probably too busy tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Did they give me my mask or?
You get your mask back. I'm really surprised that you're not the culprit. Weird mask.
Yeah, I call a Tana.
Oh, yeah, the royal protector.
You could have a fan then.
Look at Neil. Thanks for saving me. From the injury.
Also, by the way, I don't remember what cells you all are in, but you are in separate cells right now. Yeah.
And then I go,
Goodbye. It was fun.
Not the word I used to describe it.
And that will be where we end tonight.
Got some stuff to figure out.
Yes, that is correct. I hope to see you all next week. We'll see what's happening then. Thank you and good night.